deň, dobré ráno vám všetkým, ktorí ste tu v hoteli Carlton.
A very good morning to every one of you in Hotel Carlton and also to those who are joined online, because the conference that is going to start soon will be streamed, and those in front of monitors, very good morning to you, but you still have some time to make a cup of tea or coffee, and we are starting in a couple of minutes, so please take the seats and we will start in 10 minutes. Good morning.
Dovolte popriať dobré ráno.
A very good morning, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, your excellencies, dear guests. Welcome to the venue which belongs to iconic spots in Bratislava because in historical records, this was the place where important historical events took place. Apart from any other things, Albert Einstein was also accommodated in this hotel, and I think it's a good reason for good topic for the start. But today's topic belongs among the hot topics for today, and the whole world discusses this topic, and I'm happy to welcome you to the conference organized by the Supreme Audit Institution AI as a aid for audit institutions. Welcome also those who are connected online through and those present at the conference via social networks. The objective of today's conference is to introduce the opportunities for using AI by audit institutions to present solutions and to show the connections between IT, public administration, and audit institutions. We will work uh, in two blocks. The first will be about the cooperation of public administration with technical institutions, and in the second part, we will learn more about international experience in the field of AI. Now, I would like to invite the host of the conference, the president of Supreme Audit Office, Mr. Lubomir Andraši, to join us on the stage. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all those who have accepted our invitation and came to Hotel Carlton in Bratislava, but also those who are part of this international conference in online environment. Let me welcome you at this conference. Let me express my expectation that we are going to discuss something which is not about the past, but it is about the future, about something which is going to move us forward, which should make our work more efficient and which would also bring new solutions for our work. Let me welcome, not only on my behalf, but also on your behalf, our distinguished guest, Mr. Engelman, who is not only the president of the Supreme Audit Institution in Israel, but at the same time, he is also an ombudsman, which is an exceptional position, not only in Europe, but also globally. Also, he's a president of the Eurosci. Welcome, Mr. President. Our second distinguished guest is a person whom I personally appreciate very much, who is opening the room for sharing information in the Czech Republic, to have this open space between the auditors, not only between Czech and Slovak Republic, but also globally. Let me welcome the president of the Czech SAI, Mr. Kala, who is also a member of the governing board of Intosai. Welcome to Bratislava. And it's an honor for me to also welcome the ambassador of France, Your Excellency Ambassador, welcome, and also members of our parliament, representatives of public and private institutions, and a special welcome to the chairman of the board of ASECO Europe, Mr. Klein, because thanks to this company, the Supreme Audit Office of the Slovak Republic can be already writing the history in digital form since 2010. So welcome, and ASECO is definitely one of the key partners for this conference. And I'm also happy to welcome representatives of our partner institutions from Israel, Czech Republic, Austria, Slovenia, Hungary, but also France or United Arab Emirates or Estonia. So 9 partners from Europe and the world have accepted our invitation, but also domestic partners, for example, representatives of the Slovak Chamber of the Auditors, Internal Auditors, Anti-Monopoly Office, Public Procurement Office, but also from the Ombudsman's Office. Then representatives of NGOs, civil organizations, which form an inseparable part of partnership between public and private sector and the civil sector in such challenging topic like AI undoubtedly is. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are present here, but also all of you online, welcome to this conference. What's happening? Oh, good morning. What would you like? Good morning, Mr. President. Can I interrupt you? Certainly, yes, but I'm just opening this conference. What would you need? I am interested in this conference on AI. I would like to participate. Is it possible that I stay here as a participant? Certainly, yes, but at the beginning, it would be good if you introduce yourself. And can I address you in this private manner? Yes, and I understand. My name is Enka, and I'm artificial intelligence. So we have Enka. AI is visiting us and wants to participate in this conference. And why did you come? I came to this conference on AI to be part of this conference, not only as a topic of this conference, but also as a participant. I wanted to be present. This is very interesting. Maybe in the history of Slovakia, now we have as a participant AI. How could you help us? I can offer a different view and open mind. And I can also make a summary of the presentation and at the end to summarize the main ideas of the conference. Certainly, very interesting. So please do not forget to register yourself as all the other participants did. Thank you, and I will register myself. I appreciate and I look forward. I see a number of expert auditors. Would you wish to replace any of them? No, I don't want to replace an auditor. I just want to help and assist them in their work. Thank you. One additional question. We have a number of foreign guests speaking English. So could you welcome them in English on my behalf? Of course.
Especially our international guest. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the conference.
Henka, veľmi pekne ti.
Enka, thank you very much. Welcome to this conference. You can choose any free chair. Thank you. I appreciate and I wish this conference a very good course and a greeting to all of you. Thank you very much for demonstration. This is for the first time when AI is visiting our conference. So we're not only going to talk about AI, but it is going to be present and be here all day. And at the end of the day, we will use her again. We will ask Enka to make a summary of this conference to give us the main or the key messages from this conference so that AI is an assistant to us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome another distinguished guest who is visiting us, Radoslav Stefanik, who is the plenipotentiary of the government for AI, and it is his participation which will enrich this opening remarks. And before I officially open this conference, I would just like to say a few words. The importance of information and data for the decision making. Nobody of us who is here or those who are following us online, there is no question about this. The IT system which we have been developing for the decades, and as part of it, we are also introducing new tools and using AI, are helping us with processing extensive data sets and documents, that it's still us, people, not information system or the AI, which would be making or producing important outcomes from this information. Information that's not just a dry figure. Information is something which we as people have enriched with our knowledge and our experience. And so this link between the data, the information system, the AI and people, this combination can move our decision making to a higher level, and not only to more efficient, but also better functioning of the public institutions, but at the end of the day also of the business environment. Because without a business environment, without IT companies, we would not be able to make these steps forward. The question, my question, which I am leaving with you, what is worse, what is best? To make decisions based on the data which are not fair, not correct, which are not audited or validated, or to make the decisions based on our experience, based on the information which we have gathered through our diligent work for the last 10 or 20 years? What is more important, to make a decision based on faulty data or information, or to be hoping that the emotional decision making based on our experience can bring us something better, a better result than what we have had? I don't want to offer my answer to this question. I want to leave this as a food for thought, because this is a crucial question also when talking about the use of IT systems and AI in our daily lives. An important topic which we want to discuss at this conference is how can we use the information systems and data and AI in the most basic stuff what concerns our daily life, and that is in auditing. How can we modernize or upgrade the existing IT systems into new modern tools for the AI, and how AI can help us, how it can assist us and show us a different view of this world, but being aware that the AI is never going to be a living person, and it cannot be part of our social life, which would take over our decision making and be producing the final information and our responsibility. It's important that this area is not something exceptional, something which we are going to hide, but what is important for sharing, for information experience. We need to be open, and we need to be sharing the examples of good practice or bad practice, not only on national level, but also on international level. And that's why I want to inform you from here that the topic of AI is going to be a key topic also for the Congress, which is going to be held next year, the Congress of EuroSci, which is going to take place in May in Bratislava. And we are going to discuss those issues which you are looking, or questions which we are looking the answers for, and the certainty, that is the certainty of correctness and fairness of data which the IT systems and AI is going to offer to us. And I'm very happy that also the president of the Israeli SI is here. He has this dual position, being also an ombudsman, so overseeing also the observation of human rights, because this has to go hand in hand with the daily application of the AI tools. And because I am standing here as the president of the Supreme Audit Office of Slovakia, I would like to say that the artificial intelligence is a challenge for us, and we want to be the leader among the public institutions, where the institution is not only talking, but practically also using the modern information systems and the AI tools. We want to have AI and the data which AI uses under control, because we are auditors. So we want to oversee how the state and public institutions are administering these systems, how they are auditing the data, and if we have the IT in the IT systems, the data about the citizens, about the society, that this data is correct and fair. Because if we provide the AI with misleading, unfair data, the AI is so smart that it would make this unfair and incorrect information, it would multiply it. If we take the AI as a tool which will help us to be better in managing the public affairs and funds in a better way, I'm sure that everybody would consider AI as an assistant. So it is something which is to help us to make decisions in a better way and handle information in a better way. So I'm sure that there would be nobody who would want to follow the situation what was in the 14th and 15th century, when they were closing the libraries, that people would be learning about new things by reading the books and getting the new information and becoming more free and be wiser than those information which is provided by those who have the power. So welcome to this conference, and I'm looking forward that for the first time the participant at this conference is also AI, and to that we have this ENCA friend. So welcome to this conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think that, as we heard in your speech, we can prove this openness that for the first time this conference, not only in Slovakia, but also in Europe, for the first time has welcomed it as a guest, and I think we will now think together about what AI can do for work of Supreme Audit institutions. Dear guests, now let me invite very important participation, confirming the effort to deal with this topic. Now I would like to ask Mr. Radoslav Štefanik, the plenipotentiary, to join us on the stage. Thank you, and the floor is yours. Dear Mr. President Andrassy, dear Mr. President Engelmann, dear representatives of the Supreme Audit institutions, dear guests from Slovakia and from abroad, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a big honor for me to stand here. When Mr. President was giving his speech, I thought that we were like tuning up together, or we on speech that perhaps like we agreed together that we would use AI tool together, and it happens that you are in a conference. There are the 27 representatives of EU and from and other countries, and suddenly you realize that you hear something for the third time, and you realize then that this was generated by ChatGPT, and it is not an unusual thing. But in this case, it is not so, and it's really great that we can complement each other. What are the ideas we want to deliver today? It's really an honor for me to stand in front of you and discussing the topic which already influences, but it will influence even more the activity and the operation of states worldwide. We talk about AI, artificial intelligence, but we do not talk about it as only a buzzword that we want to integrate somehow into our strategy or about utopism of the far future. In my point of view, it could be a practical aid or tool for that could be used for processing data, supporting risk-based decisions when administering public funds. And this is really good topic when this topic is discussed by the Supreme Audit Office. If AI is supposed to be successful in public administration, it is not sufficient to be technologically well advanced. It must be trustworthy, controllable, and mainly it must serve for the interest of the public. In this point, the topic of AI naturally meets with the missions of audit institutions. This conference has also international dimension because AI will not help to public administration only in Slovakia, but it changes the mindset, the way of thinking of politicians, audit institutions worldwide, and currently we deal with it in Europe. And I'm in particular delighted by the presence of Mr. Engelmann because you, Mr. Engelmann, and your experience of data managed audit within Eurosci is a big important inspiration for us. And now building institutional backgrounds for practical use of AI, it is important. And let me start with something very an example. Imagine an auditor coming in the morning to work, having on the table a pile of papers of contracts and budgets and everything, not in a nice and a simple table, not in one system, not in a single format. Part of the data are in Excel sheets, some of them are in PDF documents, the others are in different annexes, and the key information is hidden somewhere on the page 47, let's say. But the public legitimately waits that the audit will be quick, fair, and just. This is the reality which you as the auditors face every day. And the problem is not only in not knowing what you search for, but you try to find a needle in a hay, and this pile of hay grows every year, not the needle. And at the same time, the infrastructure becomes more complicated. Infrastructure, healthcare, IT, everything, and all the systems and the aspects like cybersecurity. And AI may help very usefully and effectively here, not by replacing the auditor, but focusing on what auditor is irreplaceable, on judgment, view, and responsibility, and courage to name the things. Imagine the acquisitions of different material in different organizations. AI may go through thousands of pages without in a short time. And finding strange algorithms, or for example, repetitive suppliers and repeated exemptions and time sequences. But AI will not tell that this is one who caused it. But AI may indicate us or point your attention to, please look at it. There is a risk. There is something unusual. There is an algorithm which, if it is read by an auditor thousands of pages could be overlooked. And then the work of the auditor starts to check the facts, to put them in a framework, to differentiate the system, the error from the system, and to formulate the wording of recommendation which will help to the country to work better, more efficiently. I think this is the proper understanding of AI work in public administration. AI is not supposed to be a judge, to be a prosecutor, nor the machine of the truth. This should be a tool enlarging the capabilities of a human being. As a plenipotentiary of the government for AI, I see three big challenges ahead of us. The first is to improve the services of the state for the citizen. The citizens should not wait until state processes his or her request. The public money should not be spent uselessly only because the warning signals were overseen. AI in public administrations is supposed to be safe, transparent, and adequate to risk. We must know what data, which data are used, where is the responsibility, and where the surveillance of a human being is. This is not a hindrance of innovation. This is the condition for the trustworthiness. The third thing is to build capabilities of people. Modern state is not built on software only. It's built on human beings who can raise proper questions and are trustworthy. I would like to appreciate the ambition of Mr. Andrashi and the management of the Supreme Audit Office. Today's conference is just a proof that they do not want to be reactive, only responsive. They want to be proactive, showing that in nowadays they have to work with new tools, with new types of risks. And of course, a modern institution is not recognizable by systems only they use, but also according to people. Therefore, I'm also pleased by good ranking of Supreme Audit Office in the top of the best employers in Slovakia. So the good work starts with quality of workplaces, culture of the organization and management. If we want that the auditors check complex systems, IT systems, we have to give them conditions for training, to give them the professional background, and not last but not least, the reputation, because the good or efficient audit is not a hindrance for the work of the state. It is a prerequisite for the good work of the state. Another topic will be important, the control of AI systems themselves. With AI, we have to differentiate between the competencies at the Ministry of the Regional Development and Informative Development. We are building a special organization which will be responsible for AI and introduction of AI, and we are working on use of AI in public administration and also the check of the algorithms and control of the use of AI. And with this, the Office for AI Integrity will be able to help us if it is the system has its integrity, and the Supreme Audit Office will tell us if the use of AI will be efficient. So the technical security must meet also the economic efficiency. State will use AI in social services, healthcare, public procurement, transportation, but in each field, it must answer the simple questions: for what purpose, what kind of data are used, is with non-discrimination, is it possible to explain the decision, is there a human being with responsibility behind. So these are the questions which are natural for Supreme Audit institutions, but we will have to raise them in a new technological landscape. Our objective is to build a functional system. Me, as the plenipotentiary, I will have to pay attention to finding the common language between our authority and the Supreme Audit Office. Only in this way we will ensure that AI will be a real contribution for the work of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, AI must be an opportunity that is used for the country. It may reduce just useless spending, detect risks, and we also believe improve services for public, for citizens. But we cannot make a black box from it, which is not understood by anyone. We cannot lose the responsibility somewhere between the public official and the system and the officer. The objective is to have a better state which manages more economically the state, learning from our mistakes, state which citizens may trust to. Finally, I would like to thank to Mr. President Andrassy and the management of the Supreme Audit Office and the people who organized this conference. This topic, which is important today, thanks to Mr. Engelmann and also all other foreign guests, that they came here to share their experience that may help to Slovakia and also Supreme Audit institutions to develop more. So I wish you that this conference is not only about the technology, but also about practical solutions. The future of audit institutions and everything is not for those who are afraid of AI or who blindly believe to AI. The future belongs to those who can use it wisely. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for developing further the opening remarks. And so we are very happy that also the president of the European Organization of the Supreme Audit Institutions have accepted our invitation.
Of the State Comptroller and Ombudsman of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu Engelmann. The floor is yours.
Dear President, esteemed colleagues, as President of UOSI, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to this important international conference on a topic that is rapidly reshaping our profession, the role of artificial intelligence as a tool for Supreme Audit institutions. I would like to start by expressing my sincere thanks to our hosts and all organizers of this important meeting, the Supreme Audit Office of the Slovak Republic, headed by its distinguished president, Mr. Lubomir Andrassy, who also serves as first vice president of UOSI. Your outstanding organization of this event and kind hospitality are greatly appreciated. AI is no longer a concept of the future. It is a crucial part of our everyday lives, from self-driving cars to personalized healthcare solutions. AI is reshaping industries, enhancing efficiencies, and creating solutions to challenges we once thought insurmountable. In our own world of state audit, AI offers remarkable possibilities. with the potential of improving public services, streamlining government actions, and reducing public expenditure. At the same time, it entails substantial risks that must be addressed, such as the provision of misinformation and violations in the sphere of information and privacy protection. Furthermore, AI's impact on the employment market cannot be overlooked, threatening to displace many existing jobs and necessitating significant adjustment and reskilling for the workforce. These concerns highlight the need for robust frameworks and international collaboration to mitigate risks while harnessing AI's benefits. The Office of the State Controller and Ombudsman of Israel has long recognized the importance of artificial intelligence in audit practices, appreciating the many opportunities that it offers alongside its challenges. To this end, we have taken a number of measures to incorporate AI into the work of our side. Furthermore, a recent report on AI looked at the preparedness of the State of Israel for artificial intelligence, recommending the formulation of a long-term national strategy and the budgeting and development of state leadership in the domain of AI in order to preserve Israel's technological and scientific advancement in this field. Furthermore, in light of the significance of these issues to size in EuroSci, the Office of the State Controller and Ombudsman initiated a parallel audit with EuroSci members on the topic of AI. This recently concluded joint audit aimed to examine the government sector preparedness for the implementation of AI technology, the level of digital maturity in government bodies, the quality of databases, and their potential suitability for AI technology, the preparedness of the existing computer infrastructure vis-à-vis the technological requirements for implementing AI. The audit also enabled examination of the government's investment in development and training of human capital required for advancement and assimilation of this technology. At the end of March this year, the parallel audit reached its conclusion with the publication of a comprehensive consolidated report marking a milestone in international public sector auditing cooperation. We, as state auditors, play an important role in promoting AI, but it is also incumbent upon us to be vigilant regarding its inherent dangers. We must be relevant, yet responsible, towards the public that we serve. I therefore highly welcome this timely and urgent conference which brings together sides from the EuroSci region to explore how to effectively and safely integrate AI into their audit process. By embracing the AI transformation thoughtfully and collectively, we can strengthen our role as guardians of public trust and ensure that SAIs remain not only relevant, but indispensable in the digital age. I once again wish to thank my dear colleague, President Lubomir Andrusy, for his leadership and foresight in planning this important and timely conference, and wish us all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Tak, vážený...
So, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, thanks to all speakers for their speeches. And hearing them and sitting here, we see that the topic is now, or the question now is the AI is here. And should we see it as a friend or foe? And this is also the title of this panel we are opening now. This panel will deal with practical experience use of AI in audit institutions, audit systems, audit of large data sets, support of for creating outcomes. For those who would like to make a question, the Slido application is ready. You can see here the link and code. So scanning the QR code, you can send your question and then we will answer the questions at the end. So let's start with this panel. I would like to invite right now the Director of IT Systems in the Supreme Audit Institutions, Madam Zuzana Martincova, who will tell us more about utilization of AI in audit work. So please, the floor is yours. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for introducing me and also for the floor. In my presentation, I would like to accompany you briefly through the journey of implementation AI in Supreme Audit Institution. I usually start my presentation with this slide where you can see the digital journey of our institution. As we already heard, we started in 2008 when the idea was born to create a comprehensive information system supporting our main processes, mainly the auditing process. This information system, which is called the Auditing Information System, has been in operation since 2012. Over that period, it faced several changes, and one of the most important was that in 2022, we succeeded to migrate it to private environment of the main cloud of the Ministry of Interior. It was a very successful project because it was the first comprehensive IT system migrated to this place. Another significant change was in 2023 when we substituted a new platform for the document management system and document management. And the implementation of AI into control information system, where we introduced a new module for control of AI, is a natural pathway in our digital journey. And even if we know that each innovation brings not only new possibilities, but also potential risks, we try to approach with responsibility this implementation. Our institution has adopted new strategy for the period 2026-2030, and our mission is that we want to be a trustworthy guardian of the public interest, and we want to be active initiator of positive changes in society. This strategy defines 5 strategic objectives, and one of them is innovations and technological readiness. This objective, the innovation and the technological readiness, has clear vision. We want to belong among leaders in utilization of big data and AI. within the public administration in Slovakia till 2030, and we do not want to be only the observer of the implementation on digitization. We want to deploy AI tools in areas where they bring the biggest value in risk identification, analysis, and adopting conclusions. It is not only to save the time of auditors, but to improve the quality of our outcomes as well. In order to achieve this, we want to invest mainly to digital literacy and skills of our employees, to develop the data infrastructure of our institution. We want to introduce AI in the processes to automate selected processes so that we will be able to automate some systems and to release the time and work for of auditors for other activities. And we want to use also the experience from abroad. In order to achieve it, we have also adopted a separate strategy for AI, and this strategy defines three main strategic objectives for AI. The first objective is to have own AI model. An institution which wants to have own AI model is not something common, but we have very good objective for this. Our main information system keys has semi-structured and structured data in our own database, and we take it as a family heirloom of our institution, and we want to build on this our own model, which will be able to support the auditor in their work, because auditing is a specific and comprehensive type of work. We don't want to rely upon external models. We want a model which is based on our own experience and knowledge. The second objective is the competence and availability. We want to develop the skills of our employees and to increase the number of AI tools in our institutions. We want to have AI not as a privilege for some selected auditors, but that all employees, auditors have different tools available for various types of work. The third objective is a responsible utilization of AI in lines with security rules, the GDPR, and ethics, of course. We see it as a help. And as we already heard, we do not want that AI is a substitution of a professional judgment of the auditor, but the human being will remain and be responsible for the decision making or the user. And the current situation is that it's based on four main pillars. The first pillar is that the strategy has been adopted. We have vision. We have an internal document managing the use and utilization of AI in our institution. And these documents framework its further development. The second pillar is the platform. In our audit information system, there is a special module or platform, AI platform, providing for applications or functionalities for our auditors, and this module can be enlarged for other functionalities. Currently, the colleagues has a functionality for summarizing documents, a simple chatbot, different functionalities for speech-to-word text, and automatic generation of just simple automatic generation of text from the audits to protocols. The third pillar which means tools, apart from solutions, which are in KISS system, we use also commercial tools like ChatGPT or licensed Microsoft Copilot. And we do not forbid to our employees to use AI or different tools of AI. However, their utilization is defined according to the data classification and security level of various tools. And naturally, the fourth pillar is management. So the vision is clearly defined in the strategy. It is reflected in implementation roadmap, and for each year we prepare a roadmap clearly defining tasks, roles, and responsibilities and time schedule of implementation steps in AI landscape. Just to have an idea how it looks like from the technical point of view, the technical solution is based on a multi-cloud basis. As I already mentioned you, our KISS system is managed in our private cloud of the Ministry of Interior, and this system has there the AI platform, and the AI platform uses cloud services provided by the Ministry of Informatization, and we use there the services provided by Microsoft Azure and OpenAI. This is not the only solution which you can implement in your institutions. However, we take this one as safe and secure, just to have a clearer idea how we get from the idea to real deployment. This slide shows you a brief timeline and the steps we did. The first vision was in 2024 when at the beginning of this year, we took the presidency of Eurosci, and in this our presidency, we want to bring the topic of active usage of AI. In May 2024, we set up a work group, AI work group, and there are the representatives of all departments. There was the data or idea gathering, and we selected one idea, which was then processed in a proof of concept, and it was the automated generation of the text for the final report. And as we saw that this use case would be useful, we started to find a technical solution how to do it, and we succeeded to find a solution in in the environment of the Ministry of the Interior. So the environment of the Ministry of Interior was interconnected with the MIRI governmental cloud, and after testing for several months of this platform in February 2025, we start with real operation of this system. The second stage was something beyond. We wanted to treat it or to approach it from the bottom to top, and we started the second iteration of AI. We gathered new AI ideas. The ideas were approved. So in totally there are 26 use cases in the pipeline, which from September till February were further processed and prepared for proof of concept cases. And out of those 26 ideas, there are 10 proof of concept cases, real clickable concepts, which are now in the testing phase. The more detailed information, how we evaluated the use cases or the real examples of proof of concept solutions, will be presented by the following speaker, by Mr. Petr Hanzlik from ASECO Europe. And finally, I would like to tell you 4 simple takeaways. Responsible deployment, not to use it without further thinking, proper thinking. It must be under control with clear rules and clear responsibility. Secondly, it is necessary to apply systematic approach. We cannot achieve long-lasting results or vice versa. The long-lasting results can be achieved starting and doing it prudently. It is also necessary to implement and to go from the bottom up. The best you can achieve the best results where it deals with real needs of people. So to tackle the daily problems in lines with the real needs from the practical life. And then synergy is another important. We can learn a lot with sharing experience and the best practices from among different institutions and authorities in order not to invent the wheel again, reinvent the wheel. And it is also necessary to treat differently the supplier. The deployment of AI is not a usual IT project. I order something and I receive it. But when deploying AI, I have to communicate differently with the supplier. It's a more detailed, more precise communication going through different stages. And the result is it is a tool allowing to bring some values. And when summarizing it simply, we want to use AI practically, safely, efficiently, with clear direction, support of people and cooperation among institutions. Thanks for your attention. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite you as the first guest to the chair because we will hear you again. So thanks for hearing what practically we can do or we share from the work with AI. There are 3 other presentations ahead of us. Now we are moving to the area of the partnership sector, and those who are interested in making a question, use the Slido, and after the 4th speaker, we will ask the questions. We will answer the questions. Now I would like to invite AI consultant of ASECO Central Europe, Mr. Petr Hanzlik, to join us on the stage. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be with you today. I represent ASECO Central Europe. I'm Petr Hanzlik, and I came here to show you some specific cases, a case study from the Supreme Audit Institution of Slovakia, and I will talk about how successful AI ideas are being born. I would like to follow up to the presentation, previous presentation by Mrs. Martinsova. She was talking about 2 waves of NKO. We talked about the first one, how we laid the foundations, and the second wave was how we will find the value for the SAI. We saw 2 timelines. And I would like to focus on the second part, the second wave, and I would like to reveal what has been happening at the Supreme Audit Institution of Slovakia for the last years. Let me open with one idea. A successful AI project is the one which the employees would call our project. This is going to be a central or a key idea of my presentation because it's very important if we want AI to be successful, to be valuable, to bring the value for us. We need to achieve that the AI is not perceived by our staff as something which is yours, but something which we take ownership of, and then the adoption of such solutions would be much higher. We have heard this already from Mrs. Martinsova, that there are two approaches how we can approach AI, and that is either that the ideas would come from the top and they are implemented across the organization, or as Mrs. Martinsova was presenting, we are taking a bottom-up approach. We start with the employees, ask them to bring ideas, what we can improve within the organization. I don't want to make any assessment which is the best or which is a worse process, but certainly the second one, as far as adoption rate is concerned, the second one is certainly better. If the ideas come from people, they take ownership of these ideas, and when these are being implemented, they're not afraid to use them. So let's look at it, how to achieve that these AI ideas are being collected from the bottom level. It may sound to be a very easy topic, but because it's a very new thing, it's a buzzword, and everybody has its own position on or its own view. So we have prepared a methodology how we can select these AI ideas so that we capture only those which we believe will bring value for the organization. And as we are collecting the ideas from the bottom level, so it's good to use the AI. And this is a trained AI chatbot, which has collected these ideas, specific ideas from the staff. This tool has not been ready for Supreme Audit Office yet, but now we are ready to use this tool. I will show you later how it looks like. So what is important? We want to collect the ideas. The AI tries to cluster them, to summarize it, which then moves on to the next stage, the second one, which is called internally as Envision Workshop. Let's imagine it. It's a working group, AI working group, and this is designed to select really those ideas which make sense. They will take as a basis this summary from the chatbot, and then they will try to summarize it to maybe add some more, and then prioritize and then select those which will be forwarded to the next level. Usually this is a big group. In case of a Supreme Audit Office is nearly 20 people, so this is not a group for any detailed discussion. So these individual use cases which the working group have selected, that this is something which we believe can bring value. Then we continue with a more detailed or deeper analysis, and this is done in a focused groups where we have 2-3 people. So these are those people who live these processes. I have interviews with them, we facilitate, and then we will show you later the cards and the scenarios. This is a way how to evaluate and unify these ideas. Then we get to the evaluation. So when we repeatedly of this deeper analysis of the use cases, we know roughly what it's about, and we know what are the benefits and what is the feasibility, and we have some idea about how this can be done. We come to this AI working group, which the working group will get a really high quality foundation, and that is then moved to the proof of concept. As you heard, the proof of concept is something unavoidable in order to actually convince ourselves that AI brings value. Because if not, it's very good to get this information as soon as possible, not to invest or not to waste too much time, and we can use the time and energy to other use cases. This is why we need to find the tools and the means. So we will show you later how the proof of concept is done very fast, in a very fast manner. So if we look at this, this is like a funnel. And so we try to narrow them down and to those which will bring the benefit. Let's look at the figures. These are the figures for the Supreme Audit Office. 26 AI ideas. Out of these, we have moved 18 to these focused workshops to dig into more details, going through ideas and analyzing them. And out of them, we created 10 proof of concepts. Well, you can look at it and say, well, this is too much or not too many. 26 AI ideas is standard. I can guarantee to you, if we come to any of the organizations, these 26 AI ideas, it's not a problem to get during a 4-hour workshop. Then 18 focused workshops times 2 to 3 people who are those who are the owners of those processes, who know the agenda. Now I maybe exaggerate, but maybe I know half of all the offices in Bratislava. And then let's look at the figure here. More than half of the ideas which we have already selected, for more than half of them, we created a proof of concept. This is a unique figure, which not even in the private sector is being a natural thing. As I promised to you, this is just a demonstration or just an example of an AI consultant which is collecting these ideas. It's a chatbot which is trained to be or pretend that it is a consultant. So aiming the questions to the staff to get the ideas for improvement. We're not asking what kind of AI would you need, but what is your problem? What do you see as a challenge where you could save time, or where it is something which is taking too much of your time, or something which doesn't represent the core business of your work? Then we again assess it, and then we take this as a basis for the decision making for the working group. And then when we get to this AI idea, we went through the working group and we want to dig into more details. I mentioned that we have a card of an AI scenario. This is a simple example. I called it an analysis of a sentiment of monitoring of media. It's an easy use case. I didn't want to take a very specific auditing process. Let's imagine that the audit was closed. Yes, hard work, several months of hard work of the auditors. The press department issues a press release, and then the next day you have 150 articles on this. So then these articles, the communication department is going through these articles and tries to understand what is the sentiment and how the Supreme Audit Office was presented in these articles. This is really an ideal use case for this office. So this is a very simple form. The real form is A3 format, some more fields, but some more details about the use case and what data we are looking at. But at the end of the day, what is important in the focused working group, where we have the people who are the owners of the process. So in this case, it's a communication department. So let's look at what is the benefit for the individual, but what is the benefit for the organization? And that is a big difference. What is the feasibility? What this is a use case we can easily implement, and what is roughly the cost level? So to give this information to the Supreme Audit Office to say whether it is feasible or not. After we have done this and we have the use cases collected, analyzed, they can be compared, and we have the qualified estimation. So then we can make a decision, not just based on an intuition that maybe this use case is something which is important to me, but we have already gone through a certain phase of analysis. And then again, we go to and work in a working group and look at these use cases which have been evaluated for the benefit for the organization and implement the feasibility. We have the 4 quarters, and the working group can make a very qualified decision very quickly. Which of these use cases are those which we should concentrate on? as an organization, those which bring benefit for the whole organization, and also ideally those which can be easily implemented, and also where the bubble is the smaller, that is the financial aspect of it. I usually say, let's look at the quick wins. This can be something small where we can test how the AI works, and we can set up the architectures, platforms, etc. And then we can look at the next use cases. Also, the work group can see which are the strategic AI initiatives ahead of them, and they can prepare for it. So now let's look at the last phase, and out of the 10 selected ones, I just prepared the 3. One was about the sentiment of the media monitoring. I said that on the 29th of May, we have 26 articles mentioning Supreme Audit Office. This is a very high number of articles which need to be analyzed. But AI can do it very quickly. What is the sentiment and how often Supreme Audit Office is mentioned, and also the reasoning why AI believes that this is the reasoning for my evaluation. What is important? We need to do this quickly and with low cost. In this way, it looks very easy. We want to test it. And we want to, of course, put the results in the database, and we want to produce reports. These are the things which are the standard IT projects, and we know that we are going to do it. But whether the AI can evaluate what is the sentiment, we need to test this first. And I go back to the main idea. This is still happening in this focused working group, that those people who are the owners of the processes, they are jointly working on it, because these people are going to be those who are going to fight for this, that those valuable ideas are going to be moved forward and being produced. The next POC example, and the easy one, was a legal consultant. Together with Microsoft, we prepared for the Supreme Audit Office, where already in this phase we have been able to put all the Slovaks, that's all the legislation, into the chatbot. Here again, I am going back to people who are the owners of the processes. I'm going to quote now a colleague from Supreme Audit Office. I do not believe chatbot. I don't care what it writes. I want to see the Slovaks. And when we are listening to these people, so we always also incorporate a link to go to Slovaks. So the auditors also want to do a check back because they want to refer to the legislation in the relevant time. So this tool is being designed in a way that it goes to the relevant date of that legislation, and again, the valid links to these pieces of legislation. So we are listening to the people, and we need to work with them, of course. The last one is, the last example is more complex, but it's very important. It's called peer review. This is a specific process which is taking place on an international level. The Supreme Audit Office of Slovakia is chairing one of the subcommittees which is concentrating on peer reviews, and this is a way how the Supreme Audit institutions try to check themselves how they work, and they want to suggest improvements in their work. The quality of the peer review reports was not the best one, even when the guidelines for how to produce these reports was available. And if we don't have quality reports, the main idea how to improve is somehow lagging behind. So we produced this tool. We using natural language. We defined the rules, how a peer review should look like. And when this peer review is downloaded, the tool, the AI can provide feedback. For example, saying the introduction is too long. or for a certain finding, the justification or the fact is missing. So this is a feedbacker. This can be, of course, used for many other documents, not only for the peer review report. And just a last comment, what was important for peer review? In addition to doing this or preparing this tool, we are looking at the processes in a very comprehensive way. And of course, we want to have this chatbot over all the peer review reports. So, for example, what were the most frequent findings for the last 2 years and similar? And because my presentation is getting to its end and the time is running, let me close my presentation with one quotation, which you have heard already from Mrs. Martinsova. Don't be afraid of innovation, but have a very responsible approach to them. If we replace innovation with AI term, I assume that most of us in this room would imagine that if somebody says AI and responsibility, then it's about security, trustworthiness, and similar. Of course, no doubt about this. But what is important? I was trying to show you today also this other aspect of responsibility. Responsibility for selecting those use cases which you believe will bring value for the organization. And that I work with people who are the owners of the processes, and then the level of adoption is much higher and it is destined to succeed compared to when I would not be working with these people. And we are also testing how AI is working in practice, although it is in a quick way using POC, but it is giving us a good feeling that we are doing everything possible, that I can trust this use case and that the AI project is going to be efficient use of time and money. I'm very glad that in the public administration in Slovakia, we have an institution, we have an example so that this can be done in a responsible manner, and I'm happy to be part of it. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, opäť vás kresla, nepoviem, že pre hostia, ale kresla, v ktorom sa bude...
Thank you very much, and we will also please stay for a while in the chair because you are also invited for the discussion panel. It's great that we heard the second presentation, which again wasn't theoretical at all, but was practical, because the practical experience should lead to sharing. And let me invite the following speaker. It's from the category of global technological players, Mrs. Lyudmila Shimorova, the client executive of Microsoft for public administration. My name is Lyudmila Shimorova, and my role is to make a bridge between technologies of Microsoft and the needs of public organizations. Currently, we are in the period asking how to modernize services, how to secure data, and how to work more efficiently. And right here, the AI enters into the game. The Microsoft in the center of global revolution, and in cooperation with Center AI and own research, we bring the technology co-pilot. You perhaps has already met her, and we are bringing it to workplaces, to workplace and job of everyday work through Teams, OneDrive, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all known environments for work. Now I would like to tell you about a success framework created or developed by Microsoft to help to organizations to get value from AI. I would also like to tell you about our experience from central government and general government, to tell you about the key factors for successful project, and then to share with you also the lessons learned from project we already implemented. The beginning, I would like to show you the results of this survey, which was conducted at the beginning of this year, where we were trying to find out in commercial organizations what's the situation about usage of AI. The results are 88% of companies have not revised the job roles according to the opportunities offered by AI, and we can say the technology goes on, but the companies just stay in place and they do not keep up with the pace. And 42% of companies do not feel ready for AI in terms of infrastructure, data, risks, and opportunities. So therefore, it is important that it can be as a frontier as a buzzword, but frontier transformation requires a significant change, and it requires a deliberate strategy, aligning ambition, expertise, and know-how, and the trust of everyone from the very beginning. Our success framework was made on the basis of observing most successful companies, organizations which implemented AI. We worked with Harvard Business School, and Microsoft observed the work of their employees after giving them access to AI. This success framework is based on 4 pillars. It is to enrich the experience of employees and also to free them time for reasonable work. The second thing is to reshape the servicing of citizens and customers in terms of personalization, speed, and availability of the service. The third pillar is to reshape or revise the internal processes. And the fourth one is to bend the curve of innovation, meaning to bring new services, bringing significant to bring dramatically new changes or efficiency in services. It means to bring the tools and to make them free from routine work. So, for example, like the ordinary questions which take the time of a person, and then they cannot use it for more value-added work. So to give the tools for their work environment where they work every day, because using these tools there is the synergy, and then using those tools can lead us to think how else I can use those tools or systems. And for us as employees, a co-work agent is an important tool for us. It's a special agent in Copilot using our work context of an employee. So it has impact everywhere where I, as an employee, have the access rights, and I use the accessible tools. To give the specific examples of tailored AI in our customers. So indeed, the Supreme Audit Office was a big pioneer, and they introduced the scenario. It was mentioned by also Mrs. Martinsova. They introduced it in the preparation of the final report from the audit. So the Financial and Directorate of Slovak Republic introduced internal methodical chatbot. So now they do not have to go through different methodical guidelines, but using the chatbot, then they can naturally find the needed information easily. The Czech police introduced Digi Assistant that help them with the analysis of the tapped wires. So before it was that the analyst or the investigator was listening for hours and hours the tapped wires of speech or phone calls, and just few seconds or minutes they can have the exact analysis. Another important one was the deployment of Microsoft 365 Copilot as an important Copilot in the government of UK, and it was a pilot phase. During 4 months they tested the use of this technology, and 20,000 employees after this testing phase, asking them whether they were willing to come back to the time before the use of this tool. They said they would not give up the use of this tool. The second pillar is to reshape the servicing of customers and citizens. Interesting example is to use the voice bot Eva in Ministry of Labor in Czech Republic, and during peak, this AI tool allows to attend as much as 12,000 phone calls daily. The problem was that they could not, the people could not call to the phone calls. There were almost 39% rate of lost calls, and after 1 year they reduced the rate of lost calls to 7%. The second example is Visor, an AI application checking the annexes of applicants to the document. So imagine that you have the access to website of the Ministry of Labor where you can apply for different subsidies or benefits. So, and out of those 12,000 applications, imagine that as much as 5,000 had some error or fault, and imagine that in those 5,000 cases, an officer had to go through it and to call the applicant that please add or complement something else there. And imagine that this AI tool helped to eliminate this work. The third pillar is to reshape processes, how to do it more efficiently. I took as an example the pilot project of the Ministry of Interior of the Czech Republic, where they decided to use this tool for evaluation of the evidential documents they have to, the applicant has to, when applying for the citizenship of the Czech Republic. You can see here that each officer has at least 18 documents which have to be carefully analyzed. For example, like the job contract is of many pages and you have to go through it, but AI can extract the most important or crucial informations very quickly, those information which are necessary for decision making. This is an example of the birth certificate in Russian language, in Russian, imagine, and the AI helps you to extract important data or even to translate them to the Czech or to check the validity or veracity of the document. This is the screen the officer, the public officers see when all the attachments are available and they can process the documents or the application. Here you can see that the overall scoring is 85%. And here you can see that which documents fulfill the criteria. And as the previous speakers already mentioned, the observability and transparency is important. The officer or the clerk needs to know that what is the basis of information or what are the information on the basis of which the AI suggests such a decision as it suggests. So the detail and also the details, which particular parts of the documents are the basis for the AI to suggest such a decision. The fourth pillar is somehow to bend the innovation, bend the curve of innovation. And the aim of AI is to jump the steps and to invest into significant changes so that the value is delivered in a quicker way and more efficiently to citizens. An example was for a call center of the Ministry of Labor in the Czech Republic, and adding just clerks will not help to reduce this lost rate of phone calls, but the AI helped to decrease this lost call rate. to have a successful implementation of the project, AI project in organization is on one hand the intelligence of the organizations, your know-how, your institutional knowledge, all the work procedures your employees perform, to have it well mapped is very important, because AI models change. We do not know what will happen in 1 year, but to have the well ordered or structured data so that we can use efficiently the opportunity the future will bring us. And also AI is able to show us where the weak points are, because and the strength and structured data are important. The second key parameter is the trust, because if the management does not see what AI does, we cannot believe it. And without measuring governance, it will not work. So without involvement of management in projects, and without being the leader, without having the internal communication in the organization, then there is not that one single idea about the willingness for innovation, then the situation is that the organization makes several single smaller pilot projects, and it is not that much successful. That may happen that the other colleagues may undermine such activities. So indeed, the trust of the management and internal communication is important for successful implementation of the project. As I have already mentioned, we cannot believe blindly. We need to know what agents do. We have to know how they decide or how they make their decisions. And security, when we develop AI agents, like agents for AI Copilot, they clearly and very safely copy the access rights of employees. So if me as an employee do not have the access right to data cloud, the agent will not have such access as well. So it is very important to ensure that the AI agents have the access only to where they can have the access. As for the governance, it is important that from very beginning, when we implement a project, to start a discussion with the security department and compliance department to prepare everything in compliance with their internal policies, internal rules, so that compliance is like an inherent property of the tool. And then any other project we do or implement in the organization, then there is not that question anymore about the possibility of implementing such a project, because the compliance is already there. So the trust is the accelerator and not the obstacle or the hindrance. So that's why it is important to have it in order to implement also any other project. So the lessons learned from the projects we implemented, very important, as I already said, is the support of the management. It's good to start with some workshop discussion, and then it is very important to incorporate or engage the management into the decision making about implementation of AI projects. It is also important to deal with the security and compliance with legislative rules. So indeed, when we start any project, the second meeting is always the meeting with experts on security, because we have to deal or tackle with the security of data storing, usage of cloud services. We have to explain the legislative limitations and frameworks. For example, the products of Microsoft, how the data are processed, that they are stored in servers or data storages in European Union. That are the things that must be explained to the security people, so that these guys will not somehow put into doubts the further steps to make safe AI tools accessible for employees. Safe AI tool means that we will not let them to use any tool they wish, but they use the tools which are secured. So the employees may use a Copilot chat free of charge, which provides the framework for their work, and the data remain in the data centers that are safe and allocated for that particular organization, and avoiding thus the situation of leaking the data from secured environment. And we do not and if we forbid the using of AI for employees, definitely the employees are clever. They find some bypasses to use AI. So therefore, it is better to give them the access to secured one. And another thing is to identify scenario with the main object of the activity of the organization, and also to calculate the impact on the work. It will have the impact on the work of the organization is to detect any bottleneck where we can deliver a service quicker. It is also important to calculate the return on investment. In general, the statistics say that in case of AI projects, one invested dollar usually brings $3.50 of the profit. So since my time is over, thanks for your attention. If you would like to know more, we will be happy to talk about opportunities of deploying AI in your organizations. Thank you very much, Mrs. Shimorova. And now we are going directly to the fourth presentation. The final presentation belongs to the President Milan Mozolak, the President of the Slovak Chamber of Auditors. So please join our stage. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity to speak at this forum, to highlight the cooperation between the Slovak Chamber of Auditors and the Supreme Audit Institution. So I would like to make a comparison between the position of a statutory auditor and the activities of the Supreme Audit Institution, where there are similarity between our positions, and that comes from the basic position, that is the verification of data, independence in our activities, and the ethical principle, that is we have to be governed by certain principles. And this is creating our joint parameters, basic parameters, and that is giving the framework for the position of the auditors, or the position of the statutory auditor who is representing the state interest. Although the activities of our two offices are financed from different sources. So that's why the setting is very similar. And also the procedures and methodologies, and we try to standardize our work, but there is a very important condition, and that is our independence. And this produced this natural basis for the cooperation between the Supreme Audit Institution and the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, where we exchange experience, we participate on educational activities and trainings, and we support each other in other expert activities. And that is also the reason why I'm here. So that's the natural basis for our cooperation and how the statutory auditor is approaching to applying these basic principles. First of all, we need to follow standards according to the international auditor standards issued by International Federation. Then we have a very important document, which is the Code of Ethics for the auditor, which is also based on these international standards. And it is compatible. The only difference is if there is a difference between the local law and this code of ethics, then the local regulations or local legislation has preference. And if we compare the activities of the auditors from the Supreme Audit Office and when we look at the work of our auditors, there's a high level of similarity in the standardization of procedures and steps. Another big area, well, the first part deals with how we should formalize our work and the scope of our work according to the standards. Just so that you can imagine, these international standards are big volumes, like 3,500 of pages. And if we unify and formalize our work, it's a great, or it's an extensive pool of knowledge. And then is about the knowledge about the audited entity. So the auditor cannot have less knowledge than the audited entity. So the basis of knowledge has to be not only about the activities of the audited entity, but also other conditions or the framework of their activity. So this is giving us a group of, quite a big group of data, and without the standardized procedures, it's not manageable. That's why also the development of work procedures is developing. And of course, when we say 25 years ago, when it was developed, the international auditor standards, this is like a Stone Age when looking at the AI. And the history has brought me to this. At the end of the 90s of the last century, I was making a presentation about this international auditor standard and the colleagues who are our senior colleagues who have been working in our chamber and have contributed to developing these processes. So they asked me if we could somehow show this to the colleagues who were used to just working with papers. And I said, I look at it from a different view. We shouldn't be stopping and waiting for those others or those who are not so knowledgeable or developing their skills so fast to wait for them. So we have to take a new approach, and I cannot imagine now working with analog environment. So that's why our procedures have to be adjusted to the new developments. And the pace of how AI is developing, this has brought me to a question which is at the first sight like unrelated. We have all been raised in an analog age, And all the regulations have been developed in an analog way or method. The question is whether this is still a good procedure, because we are experiencing that the laws and regulations are unable to keep pace with the development in the technology. I don't have a clear answer to this, but it's important to consider this, and it should influence us when we adopt any other parameters and conditions for how our institution and how the society works. This was to give you an explanation how we came to the new approach, and that is to start using AI. I will not be talking about the technical solution because this is a risky business to do, because if I say something today, that is already obsolete tomorrow. So this presentation was created 5 days before this conference, and when we look at the pace of development of the AI, in that term, it's already a historical document. When we talk about what is possible or what is not possible, they said, oh, this is not possible, and we meet in 3 weeks' time, and then they would tell me, the experts would tell me, yes, now we have a tool for this, and it's possible. So we were examining where and how can we use AI. The rules are very easy in order to apply AI when doing audit, because all the standards, these are not strict rules, but these are principles. The principles how to approach to work, to the setting and to the fulfillment of the objectives. So we would be able to deploy AI very fast, of course, but we have to comply with our basic principles. The first question was whether we can have an AI as a next member of the audit team who is verifying certain data. We would say yes, but it cannot be in any key or managing position, as it was said in the previous presentations. We cannot have the AI to make the decisions. So the first and the most important principle is that after the AI, there must be a human factor, that is the licensed statutory auditor, who is the responsible person for the output of our work. Also, when we look at it, the human head has a limited capacity. Well, at the moment, we don't know where is the capacity of the AI, but that does not mean that AI can replace us, because the experience verified by the knowledge, by exams, and the human approach, the critical thinking, evaluation, and adoption of conclusions, here we can't replace the expert in that final phase of our activity. And our basic principle, the professional skepticism, it's transformed into this evaluation. And here we can't replace a human being by an AI. So here we have the specific settings for the application or the deployment of AI. The first product which we deployed, that's already 2 years ago. And the most important things are the confidentiality of information, the data protection and confidentiality, because our whole work is based on confidentiality. The principle of independence. The auditor cannot be dependent on the outputs from the AI. No question, because there we would be breaching the fundamental principle. And then the next point was resulting from the practical setting. That is, any outputs from the AI must be recorded in our documentation. I forgot to mention this when talking about the standards. we have to document all our work in the auditor file, that it can be subjected to external audit, which is done by the Slovak Chamber of Auditors, or for some selected audits, there is another overseeing institution. So it has to contain all the documents, how I arrived to certain findings or conclusions in my auditor report. So the file should contain everything. How did I get this information, or how I evaluated this information, or why it appeared in my file, or who put it there. And the final check is that every output must be verified. That is the human factor. How we implemented it. In the first phase, this is already a history, we developed an internal information system of our Chamber of Auditors. Filling it with all the data. So it contains a high volume of all the specific information, different directives, regulations. So this formed a very good basis, because when we developed an AI, this was used as a main source of information. Another important condition was that we need to follow the specific setting and principles. And this point is maybe the most important. When we were launching the first environment, the main issue when talking about deployment of AI was the inaccuracies in the information. So we started to think about what today is normal. So to limit the thinking of AI only around the pool of data which we set as a relevant pool of data. And so that's why we created this data lake, to prevent such unexpected surprises, or the Loch Ness, which from time to time appear in the file and we don't know where it comes from. So these are the data lakes which we started with. This is how it looked with respect to our Chamber of Auditors. This was the joint data lake. So this was on the level of our chamber, all our members, for all our members. And it represents a certain basis of all the information with the standards, regulations, the Slovak regulations, EU legislations, regulations, best practices, anything which we can share as members. And it represents a specific information for us as a community. Of course, here I cannot produce any internal document, because this is information which I ask the AI to prepare for me a template for an internal regulation. But by learning this, and if somebody else was asking the same question, so that the AI would give him similar or a verified tailor-made answer, so it would be relevant to his question. So this has been in use for 1.5 years, and we already have some experience with using it. The second level is as a next data lake on the level of the auditor company, or as an independent auditor, which we are finalizing and preparing for deployment. Of course, these cannot be identical data lakes, and of course, it cannot overflow from one to another. We only can make contributions to this. And the setting of when we set up the internal regulations in the life of auditor company, what are the settings, what are the rules, and how the members can share information from this data lake. And the third level, these are then the client data lakes. where again the principle of no mixing of this information. This has to be secured because although I am applying the same procedure for same comparison, but I cannot mix, of course, the clients. So it must be maintained that it is separable data. And these are the client's data and their processing. That is our basic approach. And as I said, the main principle, or it is important to protect the data. Of course, information can flow in, but cannot be mixed between the different lakes, data lakes, and we cannot lose them. And yes, we can share experience, but we can't share the data. And we have to also document in our file when did we use the AI and how did we use it. So we have to acknowledge and to document it. This is part of our professional life. This is incorporated in our professional life, and it's subject to the verification and continuous training. And we have a certain advantage compared to other professions, the legal framework, which is like lagging behind the practice, because we have the principles and this is already applicable for practice, and we are not limited by the expectation of adoption of some big legislative standards, because we can apply our own standards, which we have, and there is no hindrance. Sorry, could you please get to the conclusions, because we are lagging behind. This is just sharing the experience from the first phase. So we started to use the joint data lakes. We did a correction. We disconnected the simple answers to questions because we found that there were inaccuracies produced from that. That in the first alternatives, the AI just made up the source of information. So we opted for the smart model, which has, of course, a higher consumption of tokens. But the development of the AI is so fast that the ability to answer and to give context is increasing. We have also the tool for training material or video trainings. This is a very good help or aid where we can prepare training material for our Chamber of Auditors. For example, the new standards are being translated by the AI, but it still stands on the human factor. We don't want to release it before checking it by a human being. This is just to show you the initial window when we, yes, this is the chat window. The next stage of development, we want to use examples and create demand from the members so that we can start deploying certain individual phases. The AI was about the prompts, about the questions to AI. And this was sometimes last here in the summer. What is going to be the future for the quality prompter? But now again, there is a next step. We have agents now. It's a specialized activity created by AI, focusing on a specific activity to deal with a specific issue. And then we are able to create quality work conditions and apply it in practice. And here I'm expecting some acceleration for deployment. Context window. Here we can incorporate, this is quite a technical thing, so I don't want to elaborate on it now, and just a personal view and just to show you how these individual data lakes look like, how we share our work. This is on the level of chamber, the company, and then the file. This is how we can create the teams which are going to work on individual assignments. Of course, we are having several clients and several audits. So then we have always the responsible auditor who is responsible for it from the beginning until the final report is produced. And here I am expecting what is going to bring into practice. We can create the agents, and some of the universal agents, we can provide it to all our members. So there is a possibility to import or to create your own agent. If I have an assignment for a specific job or assignment with an ID number, I have the auditor, know your client. So I enter the ID number of this client. It goes through all the registers and shows me whether he has a debt in any of the, I don't know, insurance companies, whether there are positive or negative notes on this entity. So I can have a positive or negative image of the client before I start the assignment. This is something which has been taking a lot of time. These are partial things which the agents can do, and then the agent can do this for me. And so this is how we are going to do it in the future, to break down our activity for as many agents as possible so that we can work with the data. This is about projects, and this is how I work on the individual clients. It is not our ambition to do the whole assignment through the AI, but we want to use the agents to create the file itself. By using the possibilities of the AI, and also depending how our members are able to use it, then we can deploy it in a more extensive way. But we don't want to replace the specialized software products for maintaining the files. It's more about the routine work. Sorry, we have to have time for discussion. Just a conclusion. If we were doing it anew, we would be even faster. And we don't want to make a perfect product, but to make small steps and to learn so that we can put it into practice.
Ďakujem pekne, pán.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mozolak, the president of the chamber. And now, dear friends, we chose 2 questions from Slido, which we would like to raise to the speakers, and they are connected with use of what we already said. So the first question, please, who would like to answer? Just start answering. Supreme Audit institution implemented 4 great projects. What's the plan of sharing such projects in order not to reinvent the wheel again? Thanks for a good question. We can share the methodology, how we approached it. We can share the technical proposal of the technical solution, but if it is an open source or not, I do not know that. The trust determines the growth of AI. What are the control mechanisms so that the clerks and citizens have the outcomes from Copilot correct and fair? I would like to remind that the outcomes from Copilot are outcomes for the relevant clerk, and the clerk is responsible what is then communicated to a citizen. So what organization can do is to set properly the governance so that the model the organization uses have access to data, and the tool only suggests the proposal. The next question also goes to you. How safe the Microsoft tools are in terms of the leakage of data from the organization? Is it an ideal solution for the organization not using the governmental cloud? I do not know how it is meant by governmental cloud, but yeah, indeed, AI can be implemented with a different degree of implementation of cloud solutions. Yes, some solutions can be based on public cloud solutions, some sensitive deployment, because we work also with armed forces. They also use AI, but they treat it sensitively. It is usually on their own hardware, and usually it is not a public model, but very often these are cognitive models or container models integrated solely in the customer's infrastructure. So the range of AI use are various, and in depends very much on the sensitivity of data treated this way. So I understood that it is possible to set the sensitivity of data as more sensitive data. Yeah, it is needed to be taken into consideration when you use public cloud services. The fastest, cheapest solutions, all are the solutions where I have to tailor the solution to give it to a dedicated server. Yes, there are the costs, personnel costs, and the cost for maintenance, and they take over the administration or maintenance of that solution. Another question, what
Of date when using AI to analyze data. To znamená, aké špeciálne kroky musíme urobiť, keď ako verejná inštitúcia využívame a spracovávame dáta na to, aby sme splnili nejaké pravidlá. Neviem, či to je dostatočná otázka, ale ak...
I don't know if it is a sufficient question. Please, the floor is yours. Thanks for the question. As we already heard, this e-governance, as for the possibilities how to treat the data, the procedures are already made up, and we've implemented it properly within the organizations. Even if it was already invented or made up. The implementation is demanding, and it also depends on adaptation of the users. But in any case, the question is, yes, it is already been prepared for also for public administration. The demonstrations are some use cases for processing of healthcare data, private data, and personal data of citizens. So thanks for answering the questions. And we will continue with the first panel discussion dealing with the. Thank you very much. Now you can have a rest, and we will deep breathe. And the first panel deals with regulation frameworks, legislation for implementation of AI. And now I would like to invite Michaela Lovasova as the chairperson of the discussion. I would like to ask Mr. Pavel Frič, Vice President of IT Association of Slovakia, Ondřej Víšek, Pre-Sales and Strategy Lead at Software One, Ivan Líška, Director of the Department of Digital Strategies, Legislation and International Cooperation at the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of Slovakia, Mária Bielíková, Chairwoman and Researcher at the Campbell Institute of Intelligent Technologies, and Peter Hanslik, who will come back as AI consultant at ASECO Central Europe. So, Michaela, yes, you are here with us. Please take your chairs, be seated, and please, the floor is yours. Good morning. Welcome to the panel about the cooperation between SIs and technological partners. We will discuss quite a hot topic, AI in public administration. We will be as specific as possible. We do not have a lot of time. The panel is scheduled for till 11:40. You can also send us the questions through Slido. So the first question to you: Slovakia has an ambition to be a digital state, but this sector repeatedly warns about the same errors in implementation of the projects, etc. Are the problems rather in the technology, or you rather think that the state is unable to work effectively with the IT sector? So what's your view on it? It's a difficult question. I think it's not a problem of technologies, because the technologies are on the counter, so they have been here for a long time. But when you develop IT solutions, the solutions are not developed in a couple of months, but it is a project requiring strategy and continuity. The problem we see here that these projects overlap the term of office of 4 years of the government. So when, for example, we talk about this department from the Ministry of Informatization, there is the already third state secretary, there is the seventh already director for informatization. So everyone brings their own views on it. So I think it is necessary to make up a strategy that overlaps one term of office to avoid that. And usually it is that after the general elections, everything starts from the scratch. I will give you an example. We adopted national document for strategy implementation of public administration. So we were supposed to start 6 months ago and nothing happened. We only hear how much we need to innovate the public portal. So if I may say on behalf of IT Association is that we want to make the digital transformation of a public platform, which is also related to digitization of the society, society, and let's go away from the paper, and also to automate the decision-making process. And here I really pay attention that not on the basis of the AI, but to accelerate and make more efficient processes of the state, because our state is expensive, and I heard that even the salary in the public institutions or in offices is the salary if for public administrators is by 300 euro higher than the average salary in the business companies, and it is really an extreme, and IT is one of the solution for making it more efficient. But what do you think about the fact that the country or the state only prepares the methodologies and guidelines and documents and strategies? So good morning. I think that this vision and direction is extremely important, because we already heard that when we look at organizations, regardless they are state organizations, institutions, or business companies, the support of management is important, and state leads us or manages us, leads us somewhere. I would say that you Slovakia have some advantage, because you have the Ministry of Informatization and Regional Development. We do not have something like this, but the vision and long-term strategy is extremely important, because in this sector, what was okay yesterday or 2 weeks ago is not valid anymore. So this is really a legitimate approach. Mr. Lishka? Yeah? Thanks. Yeah. Can we? Yeah, works. The mic works. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this discussion. So, as we heard now, when we talk about the strategies are important, or some frameworks. It is difficult to achieve some results and then to summarize them or to evaluate them. But as we heard, our ministry has faced significant changes in recently, but we are happy that we succeeded to adopt the national strategy for adoption digitization, because it was something we failed to do for several years. And as for the results, there are many initiatives underway in our ministry, so implementation of AI and also implementation of a national act regarding AI, building of national regulatory authority dealing with AI, and many other initiatives. And I think it is also important. It may seem that some initiatives are slowly, but when looking at AI Act, I think that our ministry, and we also also last year in cooperation with UNESCO, we organized a workshop for the representatives of the government to give them a helping hand how to get ready for implementation of AI. And this year we are organizing or planning some recommendations for public administration organizations, some recommendations, and moreover, it is not only about what we are able, or public administration is able to prepare in Slovakia, but international methodologies are also important, or guidelines, because we miss some and they are not available. So therefore we as Slovakia try to be involved also in omnibus, so topic about the utilization of AI in the state, central government, general government, so that the roles or the tasks for which we are forced to are enforceable only when the rules are transparent. So AI is a
something scary for some public organizations. And you mentioned that you are preparing a methodology. So what is the biggest challenge for the government, central and general government? So the biggest challenge is to set up the rules so that they are enforceable and could be done. We are missing methodology. We are waiting to get them from they are ready at the EU level, and human potential is important because people are not ready for these advantages or challenges AI brings. So we have already heard today that it is necessary that the employees, personnel are trained in order not to be afraid of using wisely AI, because it is important what kind of data are processed and used by AI. Mr. Vishek, so the technological companies used to say that AI is ready to be deployed almost immediately, but is there any problem on side of the state that the methodology is not functional, or is it on the vendor side that they are not adopted to requirements of the state or offices, state offices? So how long time do I have for this question to answer it? It is a very general question, could be a longer, which could have a long answer or a short answer. So I think it means cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is everywhere. The components of AI start to be almost everywhere, and it's a combination. Nowadays, the vendors say that the personal agents or aids are ready, are secured, so that they can be used in the job. But when looking at a clerk who is a pure user of the service, it doesn't work in Word doc or Excel, but they work in some systems, agenda systems, but AI are not present there. So on one hand, the AI providers provide some partial components which could be implemented into the agenda systems or some IT systems, but we then face the problem that the data are not ready to be used in with AI tools in IT systems. So it is also about data, the quality of the data, and then the procurement or acquisition by the state authorities, because definitely the acquisition of AI is something different from acquisition of servers for server room, because we miss some competencies or skills for acquiring such a thing. And unless I live with the AI, I cannot have the idea how I could be served by AI, or how can I get the help from them, because then the user may see, or the one uses it frequently can see that, okay, here AI can help me. Yeah, it is a more complex topic, but I hope that my answer was sufficient. Thank you very much. Mrs. Bielikova, a hypothetical question to you. In order to deploy the AI by the state authorities, are we ready for that? It's a difficult question. So when thinking about it, my first impression was, okay, I am a researcher. I don't work in state offices or state institutions, even if I know many of you and we breach the academic community with the state officials, and what would happen if we deploy it. I would say perhaps a catastrophe, but no. After first 2 hours sitting here, because I'm optimist, and I started to see that really it is impressive that here there are the islands, because usually we can see that some things are done in islands, and then those islands must unify and to work together, because as it was said at the beginning, that there is a political level, and if that political levels or opinions are mixed with the real work, it's a mixture. And as Mr. Liška said, that at the end of the term of office, after the the directors are replaced and the situation is different. But I was thinking about it, about you as the personnel, because we IT persons are interesting. Are interesting like a tribe of people, because our tribe of IT people, invent some things for some other tribes, and you as the tribe of auditors need exact things. So we talk now about AI, we talk a lot about data, but we can look at each thing from different perspectives. And I can apply the same also for AI. There is AI which can help us, like that avatar lady who enrolled and registered for this conference and will help us with summaries and takeaways from the conference. And then the second lady that can take out of us something Vlado Šucha calls it like erosion of our brains when we do not pay attention to it. And the data, there are also two types of data. It's illusion to think we're having the AI as we have today, nowadays, having in mind also the neural networks and the situation as it's been developing for 20 years. AI is here, and how we will use it. I can have the best data in the globe. I will load the system with it, but it will still hallucinate. So I have to look at it again. On one hand, I have the data sets that are the basis for some pieces of information, so which are cleaned in a certain structure. And then I have second type of data sets, which I learn for machine learning. And an important shift is that the models are able to talk with us, chat with us, but in order to have a useful discussion with us, they had to learn on the basis of previous models, including all our biases, way of thinking, and opinions and beliefs. And when looking at Chinese models, it will have a big impact on us. Will have and already has. So the second part of it is that I have this type of data and I need to have them, and it's an illusion that okay, I will train my model and it will be good then. But yeah, I support you, but I think that each organization should have like a big and fluffy objective or a pile of objectives. And but when I leave this conference, I will say to all people around that, okay, the Supreme Audit Institute, they want to have their own trained internal model. And yeah, it is a fluffy objective and attractive objective. But if it goes this way and will be developed, then you need to add this second ingredient. And it was already mentioned, people, that the people will have to be prone or have to be willing to understand the model, so to work with them. We can talk for a long time about it, and it's a big inspiration also for me, and really big thanks for having the possibility to be a part of this world too. Peter, you witnessed it, the deployment of AI at the Supreme Audit Institute. So what, in your point of view, should be the proper way of implementation or deployment of AI, or what's the difference vis-a-vis other IT projects? So definitely it must be in an iterative way. So IT projects must be done step by step, to touch it firstly and to think about it firstly, because usually the IT projects in Slovakia, not only in Slovakia, are that we prepare the budget, we know what to deliver or supply, but in case of IT, it is something different. We think that we know how to do it, or we think how to do it, we put it into production and it works. This is like something normal, but we have to treat these projects differently, to do it iteratively. Another substantial thing is, in this case, the relation between the supplier and the customer. It's not only about delivering something, but we must be a one team, and we succeeded it to do so in a Supreme Audit Institution. So we played with cards open, and we were open, and we tried to understand together where AI is different, where it has a different impact on the project, because it was our common shared objective to have the successful project, and where perhaps some managers can make a fault or an error that a manager can see it. Okay, please deliver an AI and we will work with it. But and managers sometimes see AI as a universal panacea for everything, that they want to patch with this every lack, every missing area. And perhaps a detail, we also faced some problems with AI for the first time, and then it was on the table, and it was with this when we were supposed to had AI for generating the audit report. So we rewrote it, so then, and analyzing it and rewrite it or redesigning it is also useful when we want to have the outcome successful. So what do you think is a bigger risk, not to use AI or to use it wrongly? There is not a choice. We must use it, because if we wish to remain in the first quartile of the world, because each government is only an organization and we do not, there is not the other possibility, but there are many risks. And now I'm thinking, because Campellen's institution is being built as a new institute, that what is the role of it in this entire ecosystem, and what is the required mindset, because the mindset of people is really important too. And I did not expect that I would have to say that also people or clerks in state offices should have a different mindset, especially nowadays. And it is based on what we see or think is a failure. It is not a failure that I try something or I invest some money and it fails, or the failure is that I have some opportunities here available and I do not try what can be interesting, or how much a venture investor needs, how many attempts venture investor needs, because a venture investor says no for several times, for 100 times, let's say, and another and 100 times yes, and he fails. But nowadays we are in a situation that if we please read the book. I would recommend you to read the book Venture Mindset. It is really inspirational, and I think that we do not have another possibility. We need to change our mindset of every one of us to go from bottom up, but also to change mindset of people on the top, because unless the people on the bottom or the regular clerks do not see the support on the top, they will not go that direction. And moreover, AI is really excellent, and step by step, AI will bring us the options or possibilities that even the experts in certain areas will be able to make some small agents or small models for their own use. They will be able to specify their requirements and requests, because they will not need so many analysts to develop their own agents. So I think it is worthy going into it. Mr. Lishka, is better to do it or not to do it? A very good question, mainly from the perspective of the state. I think both approaches bear a risk, because from the perspective of the state, not to use AI means to lose competitiveness and not to deliver the services with quality as it is required in that required time, as it is expected by citizens. From the other perspective is to go for risks could lead some fatal consequences. So using AI on the basis of some using some conditions, like because the trust of citizens is being built for years, and just one incorrect approach or work of clerks can disrupt this trust. So use it wisely. The state, yes, can afford to be more competitive or more conservative, because the state does not have a competition, because it does not happen that, okay, there are better services, AI services in Germany, let's move there. So we have to take it as it is. So it can serve as a positive PR for the state. But when looking at the business sector, yes, for business sector, it is the question of survival, because there is the competition, and we see that many companies are deploying AI in order to be more innovative, to become more competitive. I'll give you an example. The sector where I work, IT companies, currently many companies use AI for development of IT system, but it doesn't mean that AI programs everything. Yes, it can eliminate this hard work and to make the work more efficient. I saw the results and I discussed it with several people using AI. It is able to increase the productivity 3 times, 4 times. So with AI agent, I can do something in 1 week what I did before for 3 or 4 weeks, and then it has an impact on the market. So if I can do it so quickly, and you can even pay more, higher salary to a person or developer who uses AI, because recently I visited the event FIT, and now I see that recently it was so that the graduates were all, even although at the school they were already hired by the companies, and now they are still in the work because there are not such interest for them, because now they're and we can see it also according to their financial requirements or demands, that their demand for their salary is not that high. And there is also paradox today. There is we miss the seniors, and we do not need them, but the state must, because any ordinary citizen has already learned how to use IT tools. And I recently discussed with a clerk from from an office, and they say that less and less people go to file room because they use those tools and software for sending applications or sending documents, and they can spend more time with talking with the citizens, coming there in person. So in the past, Slovakia was in the first decile, or in the top first decile of the countries in the world, and now we are in the first quartile, and we need to use those things. Nowadays, nobody says, and we are hearing today that the final responsibility rests up to the person, human being, but we must give to to them the opportunity, and I believe that we as those voters must insist that the state is more efficient, but not only in the field of AI, but these are complicated discussions. Micah, I do not agree that much with you, because the topics for general elections will not be a usage of AI, but our pensions. So I remember already something sometime, and I think that it's similar, the discussions are similar like it was when introducing electronic communication. So immediately some organizations were set up and established which will deal with it, would bring the solutions, and then based on best practices, the e-government act was adopted, and the state moved to a higher level. I think it will be similar in this case too, that it is needed to have like first testers. We will see how it works. Perhaps there might be also side problems, but then the quantity will transform to quality, and step by step the solutions will transform to the solutions where the usage of AI will become as something usual. Mr. Fritz, you mentioned that AI, so why those AI projects do not occur so frequently? Are the concerns of clerks the reason for that, or what? Is there any bias? There are several aspects I see when I have a meeting with customers or with state authorities, and concern what it may cause, and also the fear of unknown. Because there is this AI Act, it is here, but we do not know what to do with it. What is important is that we do AI systems or projects that they are in lines with AI Act, and we want to have the projects which are trustworthy, safe, secure, and regardless having AI Act or not, we want to have a system that work. And I don't like seeing that we wait, but let's wait, we will see what the legislative framework will be like, so let's wait and let's postpone it. Yes, it is that concern, and therefore I think, or I see that let's be in the position, let's show how we can do it, or how some organizations can be leading examples, like the Supreme Audit Institution. So there are the possibilities how to do it. They have some irreplaceable roles, because how to aggregate it. But we are in, let's say, a legislative vacuum, but we still can move forward and bring some benefits. So step by step, the questions from the public, from the audience. The question to Mr. Liška: could you tell us from the real world the use of AI in public administration? Thank you.
Well, we have had not made any comprehensive mapping, but we cooperate with the partners, foreign partners, and this is one of the big discussions also in one of the subgroups of the EU. board, and we, of course, deal with this. But as far as the practical examples, together with the plenipotentiary, we went to many meetings to public authorities when the vision about the AI or the use of AI was developed at the end of last year, and also the national strategy when it was formed for the AI. And during these discussions with the individual authorities, we went to a number of offices and authorities, and we were somewhat surprised, pleasantly surprised, also mentioning the Agricultural Ministry, which has interesting projects, also the Interior Ministry. But what I would like to mention that some of the offices, we were surprised that despite of the fact that a lot has been written about the risks in the press, about the risks related to the AI, also the representatives of these authorities said that they are using not licensed language models, which is also a high risk. So, and is there any overview at MIRI how the institutions in Slovakia are using AI? Do you know who is using it and how? Well, as I said, we did our own research during our meetings, and because we are limited by our tasks and we are quite a small team, and this task is primarily falling under the plenipotentiary of the government. So within the national strategy for the AI, there is going to be such a finding. I have one last question. In the future, is there any event being planned when the state would provide the umbrella over the implementation in the state authorities? Is it also again to be an umbrella institution over implementation of the use of AI? Well, as far as the implementation and the AI deployment, this concerned everybody, starting with the state institutions, development agencies, and those who are involved in developing and those who are using it. So even common citizens, common public who use AI in their business activities. But with respect to the state, we do have some idea. We want to prepare the methodologies and campaigns to explain how to best be prepared for the AI Act. And we witnessed that, and we found that also often during conferences, also the law offices, they do not explain some of the tasks resulting from this AI Act, do not explain it well or precisely enough. So we want to communicate more with the state or state authorities with respect to development and preparation of this act on AI. It all depends on how this unit of AI integrity is going to be designed under MIRI, because part of the unit, in addition to the supervision, there should be also a support provided for this or implementation, how to deploy AI with the lowest risk possible. Mr. Vishek, do you want to just shortly respond to on the risks? I think everything was said, but maybe as for the risks, yes, the mindset. If I don't try it, I don't know whether the risk is or is not relevant. We talked about it here that if I see some risk ahead, I'm afraid to go into it rather than trying to go into it and try to either avoid those risks or overcome those risks, because the change and the deployment of AI in the public administration, this is going to be enforced. And then before that happens, I'm sure that the state will be prepared. There is also a strategy document being developed, strategy for the AI, and there are also some sandboxes when the body has to first try it before it is deployed. So the testing phase is important. I admit 3 years ago, I was trying to get the visa for Tanzania, and I was surprised how it works in other countries. Just a short response, because I work closely with Miri on a global agent, which should be published. As far as European support, it should be ready soon. Of course, there are risks present, but we need to be aware of the basic elements and the penetration testing of agents. He first tries to convince the agent that he's a cook. It's a very easy approach, and the risk that he's going to answer it wrongly and that the agent would be turned around somewhere where I don't want him to be. Also, the colleagues from the audit chamber, they mentioned that they would have different agents. So there could be also other risks related to that landscaping. The number of new potential issues is quite big. Thank you.
Odpoveď Daňu. Čo musí
What Slovakia has to do within 2 years that AI in the public sector is not only something which is on the paper only. It's very important to help to the authorities how to do it, how to start with it, how to procure the AI. So this is about the best practices. If the authority is not knowledgeable in this, this is something which the MIRI guarantees. If you go this direction, it's going to be okay. And if such best practice would be available right from the beginning until AI is deployed, and then this is something which would help significantly to the institution, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's difficult to say, because this is one of the most difficult things. Also in the company or in the organization, the managers know how to set the values and visions, but to build this mountain, which is like for several years, and it's not easy to handle it or cope with it. It's not the fluffy objective, but I think this state would get the assistance for this, and this is the removal of the red tape with the help of AI, which where we get the nice example of the Supreme Audit Office, how they managed and succeeded in this. So if something like this the state would have as its goal, and there doesn't have to be too many, 1 or 2 would be good. Certainly, it would be through implementation of the Act on AI and the national law on AI. So it's a certain fulfillment of the strategic document, the institutional coordination framework for digital transformation of Slovakia, or the national concept for the informatization of the public administration strategy for the AI. There are a number of strategic documents which we already have, so we just need to implement what is on the paper. Last but not least, to think about the support for this system and to have a systemic support vis-à-vis the citizens, vis-à-vis the companies. So not just to fulfill our goals as a state, but also to provide the support for the entire system. I do agree with everything, and I would just say to change the mindset, but that is both at the top level and also at the bottom level. Because we often encounter that the process is nicely described, but the process says how it should be done, but it doesn't say how it is done in reality. So that's how we need to go down to the workflow and to go down to the bottom line where the ideas can come from. Another important thing is that we need to get the inspiration from others. And I wish you that you go to many fora like today's forum and find inspiration and overcome this barrier of fear. What can I say to this? Two important things: money, know-how. As for money, the ministries, I don't think that the ministries can find some money for implementing AI. So I think this should be managed by on the state level, because the ministries have no money. So if we want to see some results, not just simply spending the money you got allocated. So only maybe the most important ministries have the experts, relevant experts. So to have some action unit which can help with the implementation of the AI systems, so that would make the ministries feel safe and secure. Thank you. Our discussion is at the end, so I hope this was an inspiration for you. So AI is not only about technology, but also about processes and confidence. So hopefully that we will get more inspiration in the future.
Thank you very much to all panelists, to Peter Hanzlik, Ivan Bielik, Ondřej Víšek, Pavel Frič, and in particular Michaela Lovasova. Thanks for valuable first panel. Now, this is the place for discussions with a cup of coffee. Please, we see here again at 12:20.
part of our conference, and where during the first part we already appreciated the high benefits of what AI can do for our institutions. So in the second part, we will hear about the international experience, those who were already some experience with using. So please take your seats and we can launch the second part of our conference. And we will hear the experience of the Supreme Audit institutions about the methodologies and current practical experience. And let me invite the president of Eurosci and the president of the Australian SAI, Mr. Engelman. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will focus on my presentation about sharing with you how we eventually implement AI in SAI Israel, but also within your SAI activities. You can see here that in recent years, we, the State Controller of Israel, has integrated advanced tools and technologies into our work. For example, we have opened a special department for cybersecurity audit and IT audits. And even we are probably one of the first to hire hackers on behalf of ourselves as part of our audit work in the areas of cybersecurity. As Eurosci presidency, we prioritize the use of technology in auditing and especially in AI, and we lead it, and I will demonstrate it later on, a parallel audit within other 12 colleagues from Europe about AI. No, it's not working. Can you move on? Okay, sorry. I would like to share with you that as an auditor, we should look very carefully about the AI risks, and I would mention some of them. First of all, the employment market. We have just had a panel about implementation of AI within public sector. There will be large effects on employment markets and government, and also in our offices, we should prepare ourselves to those kind of effects. I would also raise the issue of bias and discrimination. When you are using an AI tool, he has his own priority many times, and he can give you an answer due to the way that he, in a way, thinks and he is involved in. And I would also, of course, we've spoken about data privacy, but I would also speak about the issue of true or false manipulation, and it's a big risk for democratic country. The uses of AI can affect a lot the atmosphere and eventually deliver false messages in very, very easy ways. Having said it, of course, there are great opportunities, and I would demonstrate it especially for size, the process of an audit report. First of all, regarding the audit planning, and I will give you an example. We had a report regarding our subway, a huge project in Israel, a metro in Tel Aviv area, which is the total cost is about $80 billion, about 70 billion euros. And we entered into an audit program about this project. And before entering into the project, into the audit, we were asking the AI, we used AI tools in order to assist us in planning the audits. For example, we looked for international comparison. How much a kilometer of subway cost in other countries that are quite close to us by their GDP level, or how much time the project took in other countries. And this was part of our report, and this also assists us in planning our audit. We are looking a lot about cost of living issues all over European countries, but all over the world also. We can study from each other by using AI tools. Let's see what other auditors already executed their audit in that area. And of course, the AI can give us a huge advantage by stepping on the language barrier. Here you can be an auditor in Slovakia. You can ask, please give me all reports regarding cost of living by other Eurosai members. It can be in French, it can be in Spanish, and you can ask him to translate it and assist yourself with developing your audit program. But let's go to the audit work. Nowadays, we are much more focusing as auditors on data analysis. And I'll give you one example. We had a report regarding children at risk in Israel. The government spending about this is about $300 million a year. There are 12,000 children that are placed out of their home. They can either go to dormitories or to foster house. The cost for the government is 1/3. If you send a child to a foster house, it will cost you 1/3 than a dormitory. We asked the Ministry of Welfare, what is your policy? They said, we want to have those kind of children in a family area, so they prefer foster house. Where they were located, we asked them, where are those 12,000 children located? They didn't know the answer. So we used AI tools through the financial system, because there is another price, there is one price for this and one price for this, found out 70% of the children were sent to dormitories. Even so, they are much more expensive, and this is not the policy. But what was very interesting, we, as part of the performance audit, we tried to see what is the effect, what is the price of the decision-making of the government or the ministry to send them here or there. And what we were doing, we checked what happened with those children 10 years later on. We analyzed 8 big data files of the government. Their involvement in crimes. We took from the police the crime files of all of those children, all the crime files in Israel. Not by name, by their idea, or what their matriculation test. Or even the birth files. Why did we took the birth file? Because we wanted to see how many girls under 17 gave birth. If it affected the decision where they were sent, I will just give you some other big data. And once again, we have the advantages in auditors because we can take the data from all government agencies and compare them to evaluate the performance of such a issue. And we found out, I'll just give you one finding, that the chance, and we analyzed 1.5 million children, okay, for 10 years. We found out that if you were sent to a dormitory, your risk or your chance to be involved in criminal action is 8 times more than a regular child, and 2.5 more times whether you were sent to foster house. So it means you can evaluate, you can use AI, very strong AI tools very quickly to demonstrate performance audit. And once again, of course, the issue of follow-up, but I will also speak about our accessibility to the public. How can we make our products much more accessible? We in Israel produce, and we have shown it to our colleagues from Slovakia, 2 minutes video to a long audit report. How we are doing those kind of videos? By using AI tools, we can make abstract, we can make the main idea from our report, and we should understand that, and I say it a lot, in Israel we produce about 100 reports a year, each one of them 100 pages, totally 10,000 of pages. Probably I'm the only person who reads all of them. So we have to be accessible to the public. Yes, we can use AI tools very easy to make our materials, our professional materials, very close to the public, and all of those tools can be used by us. I will go very quickly about the incorporation of AI into SAI Israel. Part of it was training session, conducting of audits in the field, and I will get into it very shortly, very quickly, but also building a POC, an automated AI solution with internal entities within our office. And once again, encouraging the auditor to use AI, to make mistake, and to go repeat again and again and again, but to use it. Ask them. As an auditor general, I'm asking each team that comes to me, which part of the report was based on AI tools. So I want to encourage them to use the AI tools. Some of the, of course, key consideration, you have to choose the right tool, the prompt engineering you are using, evaluation of AI insight, studying, and of course, the issue of security and confidentiality. In our case, we decided to have our own cloud in some kind, like your solution, I think, here in Slovakia, to use the governmental cloud and to have our own space within it, because we do understand we have to keep the information confidential. You can see here, of course, developing the new auditing skills in the AI within our office. I will go very quickly, if it's okay, and I will share with you some of the impact you can see here of the areas of audits and audited bodies, improved compliance, regulatory, empowered decision-making, like I've just mentioned, and others. I would also mention to you that we as auditor were checking also the national preparedness for AI. We don't only think about how we are implementing AI within our office, we also looked about how our country is ready for AI. And we had an audit report regarding this. You can see here some of the findings. There was a national initiative in Israel in 2018. There was a committee, phase 1, phase 2, but then what were our findings? For example, we found out that the estimated budget that was needed or recommended by the committee was one level, but eventually much less was budgeted and much less was already also used, and this was part of following the money in the preparedness and the decision-making of the government. But we had some other key recommendations. For example, I would just mention in our national program, the Ministry of Education was not involved. So we recommended, yes, we know our child today and our youth, they are using AI. So we have to prepare our education system to the usage of AI. This was part of it, but also to have like a chief AI officer within the government. The Prime Minister received our recommendation and eventually followed each one of them. He appointed like a committee. They decided about many steps, including the issue of preparing the state for relevant infrastructure, building own national supercomputer, the issue of developing language model relevant for your country. This was part of the recommendation. This was part of the barrier, and the Prime Minister followed our recommendation and implemented it. And once again, this was already the regulation following our audit report. And then you can see that the Ministry of Education itself declares 2025 as the year of AI, and this is something which is the impact of the audit. Be relevant, check the relevant issues, and do that. You can see here also the establishment of a national AI headquarters, etc. So you can see the summary of the state controller reports and the effect eventually on our government. I would mention very shortly and move on just to show you the video. In EuroSci, we have just finalized a parallel audit on AI with other 12 state auditor members. We presented the final conclusion in Abu Dhabi, in the Emirates. They hosted us. It was very, very nice. And I will just, if it's okay, you can see here the 12 countries, and I will go directly to the video, and this will conclude, of course, my presentation. And later on, I would be very happy to answer the questions. So I'm skipping the topics that were, these were the topics that we checked all together within the parallel audit within the EUROSAI. And you can see, and also you can see in our website, and we can deliver you with the parallel audit on AI. And please, if you can, I'm sorry, we go quickly. And if you can play the video. Okay.
Governments around the world are no longer just talking about AI. They're using it, experimenting with it, and trying to understand how to manage it responsibly. In this multinational audit, 12 countries compared how ready they are to adopt AI in a safe, effective, and trustworthy way. What emerged is a picture of real momentum, but also real gaps. Some countries already have national AI strategies, while others rely on broader digital plans. Where leadership and coordination are clear, progress is faster and more visible. Funding, however, remains a sticking point. Many governments invest in AI, but not always in a transparent or trackable way. Regulation is evolving too. Most countries have oversight bodies, but fewer have practical operational guidelines, especially as they prepare for the EU AI Act. Infrastructure is improving, with national clouds and hybrid models becoming the norm. Yet governance and capacity planning still lag behind. Across the board, data readiness, cybersecurity, and human talent are the biggest constraints. Governments often have rules for sharing data, but not the conditions to do it smoothly. They recognize AI security risks, but consistent safeguards are still developing. And everywhere, there's a shortage of skilled people to build, manage, and oversee AI systems. To move forward, the audit recommends strengthening strategy ownership and measurable goals, improving budget transparency, publishing practical regulatory guidance, and building stronger governance for hybrid infrastructure. It also calls for clearer data sharing processes, baseline AI security requirements, better monitoring of government AI projects, integrated workforce strategies, and treating NLP as a shared, sustainable national capability. The building blocks are in place. The next step is connecting them, turning strategies into delivery, pilots into measurable value, and principles into safeguards that earn public trust. And with the right choices now, the path ahead can be smarter, safer, and full of possibility.
So thank you very much. We as state auditors should not only use AI, this is must for us, we should try to keep on pressing our governments and our public sectors to use it more and more and more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are starting with the second presentation. I would like to invite the president of the Supreme Audit Institution, Mr. Miloslav Kala. So please, Mr. President, the floor is yours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, for me, it's always difficult task to have a speech after so many good speakers. So the title of my presentation is Deep Impact, without question mark, just only this staggering impact. Firstly, I would like to contemplate a bit how deep this impact is. I see your logo here and the statement, we check if the public funds are spent with reasonably. And this statement is, do you think that anybody on the other side asked an AI asking, I want to steal 10 million euro and I want that Supreme Audit Authority does not detect it. Without scaring you, this impact will be like this. So we must think about it and must be ready for that. Become ready. My presentations are just only pieces of puzzle of different things. And firstly, we need to look at those different phases. So first, the phase of preparation. And before my start, I will give you just a toy. Scan this QR code and scan it with your cell phones, and you will see the application developed by our auditor, and he developed it in 2 weeks, and he developed it without being expert in coding and developing software, but he was able to task AI indeed, so that the AI created this presentation with the possibility of translating in all languages which are here today. So those who do not want to listen the interpreters, so with this I greet the interpreters in the booth, so you can switch and choose the language option, you can adopt the design of the screen, you can play a little bit with it, but I recommend at home then. I was fascinated that we were able to develop such a thing in a couple of days with just few pences, and if anyone wish, we will do open source from it. And now let's come back with what I started with, and in my opinion is the use of AI for the preparation of the audit. I don't know how it works in your setting, but we come across the situation that the pile of documents only grows, and logically it takes time to the auditors and which they could dedicate for analyzing documents. So we decided to go this way, asking how to use generative intelligence, how to do it. And we saw that we are already able to do it because we get a huge amount of data, and we are able to somehow, with a simple question, we ask the AI if we are able to deal with this time burden, having this huge amount of documents. So we created a digital assistant with the objective to develop a tool based on generative artificial intelligence, which would help in this area. The automatic categorization of documents, gathering key information, easy selection, categorization of documents, identification of unusual or risky items in documents, creating brief summaries and searching of answers with the help of queries or questions. The objective was to accelerate the preparation and conducting of the audit, of course, preserving the consistency and fairness. And interesting thing was that this concept proved to be successful, And interesting thing is that this battle between the AI and auditor is undoubtedly in favor of AI. So an auditor receiving 100 invoices and going through that takes a long time to an auditor, but a AI-based tool does it in a couple of minutes. So processing of invoices, 100 invoices cost us 50 cents, but that the same work done by the auditor costs us $56.13. So it is 117 times cheaper the using of AI agents. So the barrier somewhere between standing between us and the audited entity is away. So in my opinion, the AI tool has a significant importance in preparation of the audit, mainly because of some security reasons that was already mentioned here, but in this phase, we work with the documents provided by audited entities, and it is more efficient because you will never have enough people for searching successfully entire internet websites to find everything about it. So you need people for validation outcomes of AI and evaluate then the summaries of outcomes that are relevant. Now we move on to the conducting of the audit and usage of data technology and AI for this type of work. So I used the audit of the tool for earmarks to improve the air quality. We use the innovative method, using the aerial photos, the real use and impact of the financed tool, and it systematically analyzed before the implementation of the project, during the implementation, and after the implementation. So, and we looked if the machines are there indeed before the audit, during the audit, and after the audit. So the declared situation and the as-is situation, and the situation there were differences. The machines or the equipment was not used in lines with the proposed purpose, so they used it in a misleading way. And in which way this approach is different, it went beyond our standard frameworks. It allowed to detect the frauds because in case where standard methods were lagging behind, it is more efficient and use of the method. So this is the example. Check as AI filed compliance to the European court, and it was the criminal proceeding was very short because they just agreed on out of court settlement, and for this case we received the award. So I'm really proud of this result. It would be good to share such best practices and to share our BIEP benchmarking information exchange project. And I think that after what we saw here, I think would be worthy creating a work group at the level of BIEP. On one hand, the introduction, the control of AI and utilization of AI, and I think it would be good catching up all these three things. From the perspective of the security of data, we talked a lot about it or heard a lot about it today. The utilization of isolated systems like a proof concept or your concept which was presented is an inevitable part of our work, but we are aware of the limitations which are still in this area. And I mean, the learning of AI agent is really a demanding job, but you see what else we do for this purpose. So the following phase, the analysis of audit already done, we used, and many of you did it also live. So we analyzed 221 audit reports from the European Union on how the EU funds were used during 2021-2024. We had to categorize and put in a certain order those reports and to find out the basic directions where the recommendations of Eurosci or of the committee, the recommendations that would be presented to European Commission, which they should follow them. I think we succeeded, and we presented to Contact Committee in Malta. And now I will show you a short summary, but I would also like to remind that the presenter, the speaker there, it wasn't an avatar, it was my physical colleague, Christina.
Of our survey on the audit of European funds by Supreme Audit institutions. We analyzed the audits you sent us with the help of AI. In the first phase, we classify them into 4 clusters related to the competitiveness of the EU. Our analysis identifies several key findings across these problem areas. These include, for example, lack of strategic planning, lack of clear governance, and coordination across institutions, as well as weak financial controls. There is also inefficient use of resources and failures in implementation. Among other things, the analysis highlighted transparency gaps and weaknesses in anti-fraud measures. Detailed information about the results of the survey can be accessed via this QR code. If you have any questions, please contact the EU liaison officers. We look forward to continuing our cooperation.
Tak, více informací najdete na tom QR.
Find further information through this QR code or on our website. When we move on very quickly to the phase of generating the conclusions in the report, so creating the clear text. So this is somehow limited yet, but we work on it. But what else I would like to underline is that publication of the report and public presentation of the results of the audits is an inevitable part of the work of an auditor. So I have already shown it somewhere. It takes weeks, sometimes months to conduct the audit, but then we are under a time pressure, time stress, and we do not pay such an attention and give so much time to publishing of the outcome of the report and like this. So, and we always imagine like what the impact would be, and we dream like that, yes, after publishing, this impact will be staggering, like this. You have a feeling that you've already you have already seen this, that it will change the world, but sometimes it looks like this. It somehow like stopped or something. Okay, it started to move. Oh, okay, I will try again about his impact. Okay, yes, that is that impact which usually occurs, and very often it is minimized by the reaction of audited entities, which of course do not want to admit or to reveal the way how they worked, or they do not want to admit of their work. So I will focus on another example. It was the audit of the system of protection of the population. We found out that this the system of civil protection system doesn't work and failed, and over the 20 years they failed to modernize this warning system, and we found out that even 80% of citizens even do not know where their protection availabilities or places are. And the position of the ministry is that the Czech Supreme Audit Institute even disrupt the trust of citizens versus their position and situation. And the situation is like this.
Stage 2, we say something may be going to happen, but we should do nothing about it.
In stage 3, we say that maybe we should do something about it, but there's nothing we can do.
Stage 4, we say maybe there was something we could have done, but it's too late now.
Tak, buďme k sobě.
So let's be honest. This time it wasn't the demonstration of some British uniqueness, but the position of the Czech ministry was some identical, and it was in our old continent. So when talking about the innovation of our auditing activities, how to harness AI for our auditing activities and how much we can save with this audit, the question would be also, so what is the biggest innovation, the real impact of our audit, and what's the reason of our existence, that why the Supreme Audit institutions exist, taking into account our different positions within constitutions of states, but that the problems are detected by us are really resolved and settled by the audited entities, instead of putting into doubt the results of our work. So once again, I asked AI, and I want to thank to her for her job, and the outcome would be like this.
Strategy. What's that?
A standard audit body response to an SAI report. In stage 1, we pray the Prime Minister sacrifices our minister.
Stage 2, nothing happens, and the minister fires the responsible heads of departments.
On stage 3, the new heads start to question our current viewpoint and ask for corrections.
Stage 4, we finally admit that we screwed up, and our work here will reach its elegant conclusion.
Tak asi tak. Ale já tady mám pro vás něco pozitivního.
I have some piece of positive thing here, because when talking about after our audit conducted, the Ministry of Interior published such a leaflet and even distributed it to each mailbox, and there is a guide what to do in first 72 hours in case a crisis occurs. Then, of course, nobody admitted it in the Ministry of Interior. Nobody wrote here that this leaflet was published after the results of the audit at the Ministry of Interior conducted by the Supreme Audit Institution. Well, not, but the leaflet was there. So that would be perhaps also the end, but I would also like to present you a quotation you know who is the author? Do you know who is the author of these wise words? A true leader is the one whose innovation delivers a visible impact and a clear benefits to the people affected by the change. AI. So, dear friends, artificial and real friends, I hope that we will keep our reasonable wisdom, and let's think that this AI is somebody who thinks 100 times quicker and nobody of them sleeps. And me as the auditor, I would say that I want to have those being among my auditors, but they will comply with the rules and will not overgrow us. So thanks for your attention.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. This second unit brought a new dimension. This international aspect brings something and shows us that the serious matters or issues can be discussed in a way which brings a smile to our faces, but still staying serious. Let's move on to the next one. Mr. Alvar Nuakas from Estonia, working on the working group of IT working group in Eurosai.
It's a pleasure of mine attending this conference as a representative of IT working group. I bring greetings from the chair, Auditor General of Estonia, Mr. Janar Holm, and really thankful for this organization. So both successful deployment of AI and auditing AI in Eurosai community have been the priority of IT Working Group's secretariat since 2020, when Estonia took over the chairmanship. And as a circumstance, the same year, 2020, marked the beginning of worldwide generative AI boom. Today, I'd like to take these 10 minutes allocated for my presentation and talk about some observations I've made about AI implementation in Europe. Mostly my thoughts are based on our discussion with chief information officers of European Supreme Audit Offices in March, but also on our own practice in Estonian National Audit Office. So in European Supreme Audit institutions, the implementation of AI systems, according to our survey we did among chief information officers this year, is actually still in quite early stages. And unfortunately, most Supreme Audit institutions have not applied the solutions in their everyday work. There are quite a lot of institutions where experimenting in sandbox environments or in a few selected instances, but about half of our respondents stated that they are still in a planning phase. Although this might be the matter of perception of the question, but definitely we can say that organization-wide implementation we see only in a few institutions. This is surprising and one might say even paradoxical because no event in the last 3 years has passed without presenters stressing the importance of AI in the future of audit work. In IT Working Group community, we have had 2 bigger events to explore the possibilities. So why is this happening? Well, basically, it boils down to three main reasons. First, the output of existing solutions cannot be fully trusted. Hallucination is a well-known issue. Second, the confidentiality of data is not clear. And third, our ICT operations professionals are not experienced to deploy something more than existing cloud-based solutions, and we also see hesitation from beneficiaries, as auditors are afraid to utilize AI tools. These are, of course, all valid reasons that institutions should discuss, but for how long? Are these discussions and risk analysis taking the institutions toward meaningful deployment, or are they just holding us back? Are they constructive? We see the forest behind the trees, and in front of us the vast benefits that AI could bring. When I interviewed our own ministries in Estonia about their own AI deployment practices, I heard from the dedicated experts that those legal counselors who should be helping their organizations are actually blocking the road ahead and not offering any practical solutions. So what are these solutions to the issues raised? I'll briefly address these three aspects that I mentioned earlier, and then I move on to share some practices from your side and our own practice. So questionable quality, of course, a major issue for Supreme Audit institutions. We are the beacon of trust in our society. We need our messages to be correct. Our auditors should be accountable for the work. AI cannot do their work instead of them. But this is why our internal control mechanisms are in place and gain more importance as AI is being introduced. Auditors are experts who should have the means to differentiate right from wrong. And of course, we always apply our well-known 4I principle so that AI could just be another pair of eyes. And we also have seen different AI tools used simultaneously so that outputs can be compared. Majority of our data is restricted for internal use only. The information provided by the government is not our own, and we should manage it according to our data providers' policy. Therefore, we should apply just as strict data confidentiality policies as our auditees, or even stricter. So this is important. We always cannot use tools that are best for the purpose, but that are secure for the purpose. At the same time, AI can help a lot with making sense of this data. For most sensitive materials, Supreme Audit Institution could look at open weight models that can be operated on site premises or in government cloud, as today also pointed out. Also, one possibility is data obfuscation, but it would require additional analysis and workflows. And our limited capacity, as our experts cannot be experts in every technological advancement, and AI developments, when going deeper into details, require very specific set of skills. Combination of coding and syntax analysis. This is why it's normal to engage private sector partners, as we saw from the panel today also, and of course exchange information in international sphere. And all these issues should be discussed in institutions' AI adoption policy, where all inherent and audit risks are thoroughly considered. Now, going into the use cases, first I'd like to address the contradiction of data quality and faster workflow. We know AI has the potential to make summaries of the documents effectively, but it also is getting very good at extracting certain dimensions from unstructured data. In our office for financial auditing, we extract the funding allocations for certain projects from ministries' executive orders. We tested out major language models for this purpose and found out that, for example, Mistral Large and ChatGPT-5 are already very capable in extracting the individual dimensions. And of course, now as ChatGPT 5.5 is out, it's much more better even. So when combined this with automatic data scraping from government legal websites, this is a very mighty tool, potentially saving hundreds of hours of our work. Still, this requires human oversight because even if the result is 95%, an auditor should go the data rows one by one. But this is much quicker than extracting the data yourself. Second, solutions for data confidentiality. As I already mentioned, potential use of on-prem solutions due to our large amount of information that is restricted. As we expect this from our auditees, we ourselves also should very carefully consider the terms of use of the hyperscalers and make our decisions based on risk analysis. To my surprise, only few currently implementing on-prem solutions. But what is the potential solution? We should address the matter of authentication and access based on auditor profile. We should discuss which open weight models work best for our natural language. We should discuss how to bring our own knowledge to the model. So retrieval augmenting generation is a very important step. And this is also something that we should discover and discuss in our Eurosci community with our colleagues. And of course, all of this system should be monitored and maintained. We currently in Estonia have a procurement going on, and this solution is taken, or the schema is taken from the technical documents for this procurement. And third, solutions for capacity development. I already mentioned the need to engage with external partners to build our AI pipelines. And of course, providing training for our employees, but AI is specific in a way that it explicitly requires background expert knowledge from the beneficiary to be effective in its tasks. So it's extremely important to get long-term auditors to work with AI. So business knowledge is a vital prerequisite for effective AI deployment. With the online community, this has been made so easy. For example, the trend of vibe coding that was also presented here today by colleagues. I'll also show something that I developed myself. It took me 1 hour. That includes a survey mechanism and analytics tool for a moderator to assess the maturity of IT audit efficiency in a Supreme Audit institution. So basically following step-by-step guidelines, for example, in YouTube, can make you a small-scale programmer nowadays. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to talk about audits done by Eurosci members on AI in the governments and methodologies for that. Probably we can discuss it in the panel. So in Europe, we can say that mostly the audits so far have focused on governance of AI and the normal, and it's a normal way of approach. Governance is the most important thing. Supreme Audit institutions have found that although strategies are usually established for application of AI, the coordination of AI-related efforts in the public sector is inadequate. By dedicated ministries, AI is still not widely adopted. I'd like to take this opportunity to advertise the training program that has been created by Eurosci IT Working Group and its international partners, a total of 11 Supreme Audit institutions, to teach auditors how to audit AI and move forward from the usual strategic level auditing to application auditing and even potentially model auditing. Especially in this regard, the third paragraph, auditing AI systems, is relevant and very practical, explaining potential techniques to audit AI-specific risks. It introduces the useful combination of two complementary perspectives of AI lifecycle and trustworthy AI to audit these systems in a structured and repeatable way. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and we're living in a very interesting times, and let's take advantage of the tools that we have been given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Novokas. Posledným prezentujúcim.
And the last presenter is going to be a representative from Paris. We will just check the connection. Mehdi Garsala from the Supreme Audit Institution in France.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to Bratislava. Floor is yours, please.
Hello to everyone. I'm so sorry not to be with you in Bratislava, but I had to stay in Paris today. Maybe I'm going to share my screen in a short presentation on how we use, of course, AI at the Cour des Comptes, the Supreme Audit Institution here in France, and maybe the role that artificial intelligence plays here. So I'm going to try to share the screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yes. The role of AI here in France can be seen between three different angles. The first angle, of course, is data analysis and the algorithm that we are using to crunch data and very often now, this kind of algorithm are artificial intelligence. The second angle is, of course, generative AI, and the productivity of the increase of productivity given by this kind of tool, and we have implemented a sovereign and secure generative AI for audit work, and maybe I'll talk about this very quickly. And the third angle of the role of AI in the audit institution is the fact that we are already auditing AI use in public administration. So we've built a grid or framework to help auditors to analyze AI system, and we've already audited maybe about 40 different AI systems which are used in public administration. To go on the first part, the data analysis and algorithm, I would like to focus, before talking about tools or algorithm, I would like to focus on people. It was said in previous presentation, the people and experts are the key of the capability of the SAI to analyze data and to use AI, of course. Here in France, we have the opportunity to have 15 people, 15 data scientists with a quite high level of skill. But such a team requires specific human resources management because they are highly thought after on the market. It's very difficult to recruit them. Most of them are not civil servants, so we need to contract with them in another way. And the contract are fixed term contracts, often 3 years. So it's a huge challenge for us to maintain this team and to increase, of course, the number of data scientists. So we are very, how can I tell that, very kind with them, and we're trying to offer them good quality of life in work, and it's the key value of the department to go on with AI. The data science department is of course dealing with the digital transformation of public administration, and they are dealing with the huge amount of data now available in France and everywhere in the world, of course. So we decided to centralize this center of expertise rather than recruit these skills directly in audit teams. So the team is centralized, and their skills are increasing because they are always together and challenging themselves, and of course making peer reviews of their algorithm or data analysis. Maybe some example of what we are doing. Maybe the first example I'd like to share with you is the way we are analyzing natural language. The idea between this kind of technology is to analyze unstructured data and large text bodies and to extract some concept. So two use cases we've been through. The first one was to extract the main reasons for complaints from Twitter posted by user of a train line. and we decided to analyze if the budget was in line with the complaints of the users. The second use case is during an audit on the national AI policy, and we extracted the main words, the main terms related to AI in order to identify the number of scientific publications in the field of AI, and to see if the funding of the state was relevant on these research centers. This is an example of NLP, of natural language processing we are running. The second family of example of use cases is that AI gives us the capability to make predictions with machine learning. So when the data are structured, for example, in database, it's possible, of course, to train our algorithm and to make some prediction. So we used this kind of technology to predict the increase in emergency department linked to the climate change. And we also were able to predict the extent of a patient's disability following an accident, or we predict the needs for the next 30 years for palliative care. Let me show you. This example is the impact of heat waves in emergency department in hospitals, and this was possible with crossing data from hospitals and data from the weather forecast, and we are now able to measure the exact impact of heat waves in the frequentation of hospitals. Here we use a neural network to evaluate or to predict the possibility of someone after an accident to go back home, depending on the way he was treated or taking charge by the emergency services. And the third example of prediction is extrapolation with predictive data. And we can see that in 2022, approximately 400,000 deaths required palliative care. And this number is projected to increase by 25 to 27% by 2050. Third kind of use that of AI we're making is the clustering. We use this one very, very often. So we ask to our algorithm to process a large amount of data, and we ask it to identify patterns, and without imposing any specific criteria. So this kind of algorithm, optimal matching or K-means, helped us to define the criteria for returning to employment for a long-term unemployed person, or to identify the possible breakdowns in the care of aging disabled person, for example. The second second angle I'd like to share with you, but very quickly, is of course generative AI. As I said, we implemented our own generative AI here in the French Court of Account. We built it with free LLM software and implement it in our on-prem, of course, and in our own architecture. At the moment, I can measure that about 30% of the people in the Cour des Comptes are using this generative AI, but they are also still using other tools like ChatGPT or Gemini or things like that, despite the security or sovereignty problems. So it's a real challenge for us to lead the change within our colleagues and to sensibilize them on the security challenge. The third angle I'd like to share with you is how we are auditing AI and auditing the AI use in public administration. We wrote several audit reports on this kind of subject, and as I said, about maybe 40 artificial intelligence systems were audited, and we maybe I can go through this, but we built a maturity grid to evaluate or analyze or audit the level of trust that a citizen can give to an artificial intelligence system. And I'm sorry it's in French, but I probably should translate it in English. So as you can see, we have 5 levels from initial to managed, standardized, driven or optimized, and 7 field: transparency, responsibility, human control, respect of data, etc., etc. And we are able to give a quick audit on artificial intelligence system, and to then go deeper in one or another field to be more precise. But this first grid can be also auto-evaluation by the administration, and it's very useful to go faster and deeper into AI system, even if you're not a specialist. That was quick, but maybe we'll have time for question. But thank you for your attention. I hope this was clear enough. And I'm stop sharing the support. And thank you very much.
Posledná téma bola, či sú nejaké otázky v sále, ak nie.
So if we don't have any questions, then we will thank you very much. And we didn't get any questions in the Slido, so thank you for your presentation, and we are going to encounter our final part, and let me invite to the panel, the final panel, Mr. Ivancho, who is going to be moderating the discussion. And the panelists, Mr. Mataniau Engelman, the president of Eurosci, and the Supreme Audit Institution of Israel, Mr. Kawa, the president of Supreme Audit Institution of the Czech Republic, Mr. Alvar Nokas from Estonia, the Eurosci Working Group for IT, and Mr. Helmut Steinbichler, the head of data analysis, graphics, and new technology in SI Austria. And I hand over to Mr. Jancho. Thank you for introducing our panel.
Ďakujem pekne za vaše vstupy, vaše príspevky.
Thank you for your inputs, for sharing your experience. The president of the Czech Supreme Audit Institution mentioned that it is very difficult to speak after so wise speeches. So just imagine how difficult it is to moderate such a panel discussion after these 4 smart presentations and to talk about the importance of AI with these 4 personalities who are also forming such an important environment of Supreme Audit Institution. I was listening very carefully to the individual presentations, so I just one thought. AI, is it the angel or a devil in this classical dualism? I just remind you that Elon Musk says that with the AI, we are like calling the devils or demons. And we just believe that we can control it. So the first question, AI, is it the angel or a devil in the environment of SAE? Let's start with Austria, please.
For the question, in my personal opinion, I think for all of us, it's very helpful, and we only have to make the right steps to use it clever, and then it won't be evil. And so I'm very optimistic because, like we heard before in the presentations, it can save us a lot of time, and it can you can you can digitalize repetitive tasks. And so I think all of our employees will be very happy if we can use it in a clever and sensitive way. But of course, we don't have to forget that at Supreme Audit Institutions, quality standards are very important, and I think that we have to have in mind, and then everything will work well for all of us.
Ďakujem pekne, nech sa páči.
Thank you. Next, please, Israel.
First of all, I think, in a way, I don't want to criticize you, but I don't know how much is this question relevant anymore, because when you would ask a youth that is studying in a school how he prepares his research, how he's preparing his homework, he's already using AI. When a mother, in the middle of the night, needs to know how to treat her children, she will ask AI anymore. She will not call even the doctor. Maybe this will be the second things she will try to do, but she will ask AI. So we should be aware that we are living in a world that everybody is using AI, and eventually the influence of AI and is critical on our life and the way that people are also thinking and having the perspective about the idea, but what about you and what about you, and who they are meeting, they will ask AI before the meeting, and how to speak with you, they will ask AI tools. So we should be aware that AI is here and everybody is using it. So we cannot, the question is very important. And of course, as auditors, we should look at major risks and to identify them and to face them. But we should be aware that it's already history. AI is here, and we should, of course, we should use it. We should do it in the best proper way, because as mentioned before, our main asset is our credibility, because if we are not the one to be trusted, who can be trusted? So, and this is a major challenge for us. And but it doesn't matter if it's a devil or some supporter. He is here, and we have to use it.
Ďakujeme pekne.
Thank you. Mr. President, please.
To je otázka.
Well, this is a question to which George Orwell was answering this question. I have just a few principal things or notes. The first one is that the algorithm knows what you think before you think, which should more points at the position of a devil. And if you want to keep something secret, you have to keep it secret before yourself. And that's the second position. So according to my opinion, we have in our hands technology, and we don't have an idea how far it can reach, how powerful it is now and how powerful it can become in the future. But if we are going to use it correctly, in a good way, it is going to lead to the good result. And if there are going to be people who are going to misuse it, and this is what I pointed at, that I'm sure that the mafia people were asking, how can I steal 50 million? So then the misuse of the technology is there. It's the same as you can misuse any weapon. And overall, I would say I agree what Netanyahu said, that the technology is here with us. And you either can put your head into the sand and pretend and wait that the other ones are using it and you pretend to be the right and the correct one. But the question is whether this is the right thing to do, or you will learn yourself how to use it. And then you can use it to the good and positive purpose. And for the Big Brother, it often happens that it is enough that the people think that the tools are being used, even though they are not being used. They are like pretend they're used. A typical example is that you are driving and you know that there is a camera for speeding and you don't need to know whether it is active or not. But even if it's not active, you will adjust your speed so you don't get the speeding ticket. So in this way, I would rather incline to the side that the tools are good, they are positive, and they can be preventive or have a preventive effect for the parties. By som spomenul jedného youtubera, ktorého počúvam. Keby sme sa mohli vrátiť v čase a mohli sme zmeniť niečo a zabrániť tomu, aby tu nebola umelá inteligencia, spôsobilo by to veľa problémov. Čiže nie je to ako diabol, ale je to ako džin, ktorého vypustili z fľaše. A je na vás, ako položíte tú otázku tomu džinovi. Ak dáte dobrú otázku, dávam benefity. Ak dáte zlú otázku, tak vás trafí odzadu. Sorry. This was supposed to be... ja som sa neprepla. This was supposed to be a question when we were opening this speech that half of the Supreme institutions are just planning to introduce the AI tools. That means that the discussion about the readiness is at a certain stage. And we were listening to the leaders in introducing the AI and implementing the AI. So that's why I placed this provocative question to think about these broader limits or in the context. And when we heard from Israel how the state is ready and pointing at Israel, I believe that technologically it is ready for other challenges. So let's look at the states which you represent at in this panel and your audit institutions and how your audit institutions are ready. You may partly already indicated this so that we would talk more practical terms when we heard about, well, we had good inputs when planning, but there is a risk, people, and how we are going to work with the people, with the training of people, so that the devil does not stay as a devil, but was transformed into an angel. So how to proceed in this Supreme Audit Institution when half of them is only in at the stage of planning? What Eurosci think about this and also the IT group?
So first of all, I think it's a great opportunity for collaboration because all of us are facing the same challenges, both in adopting AI tools and both in implementing AI audits. So we should cooperate, we should study from each other, we should learn good lessons, but also failures, to learn from failures from each other. And this is a major challenge for your side, to focus on that area, to have different sides from different countries sitting together and sharing their expertise, their knowledge, once again, their success and their failure. And by that, improving our role as state auditors. And it's a great potential since the barrier of the language in a way does not exist anymore if you are using AI tools. So you can collaborate in a much better way. So I think it's a great opportunity for your side, but this is our main target for the coming years.
Tak to úplně podepisu.
I can undersign this. This is the crucial. I would like to look at this issue and talk to those who have not been or who have not started to implement it, and they have a number of reasons, starting with that is financially demanding and also for training your staff, etc. So from these kind of reasons up to the having to adapt, also the legislation, etc. So certainly there is a whole process of implementation ahead of us. And where do I see the risks? I don't know who of you have mentioned this, that the technology is here with us and the people are using it, because if I want to know how to cook the potatoes, I'm not asking the Voodoo, I'm asking the AI. So it is true that it is with us. And if the individual institutions would not control this, people are going to use it anyway with a high risk. And this is something which we certainly want to avoid. We want to implement it in a controlled way, in a transparent way. And we want to be sure that we are not doing something wrong. And one note related to this. Do you know what I think is the weakness of AI? That is when you ask the question, it will never tell you, I don't know. It will always give you some answer. But what you don't know, and what Socrates said, that for knowledge, the most important thing is to know what I don't know. That's the critical for knowledge. So we are learning, getting the knowledge how they use the resources, whether it is purposeful or not. We are talking about all these things, and we need to know the process, what is happening at their entity. And if somebody poses the question and gets the answer, and you get satisfied with this answer without examining whether it is sufficient information for making the statement, this is where I see the highest risk. And unfortunately, this risk will depend on the expertise and even higher expertise than what we have with our auditor. Netanyahu talked about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is something which drew my attention. It is something how to prompt the questions. And the second question, do you think that we are getting to some unified methodology, like Eurosai has some common procedures and methodologies for performance audits, compliance, etc. Do you believe that also for the AI, this is what we are going to do, that we will have some common framework?
We all hope that we will have soon a common framework, because that's very important for our work, and we don't want to invent it everybody by ourselves. And I think that's, and I think I also want to say a big thank you to Eurosai IT working group, because I think they help a lot. They make a lot of virtual meetings, which are really very, very helpful for all of us, where we can learn and where we can develop together these methodologies. And I think that's the right way, because we don't have that many resources. Most of our Supreme Audit institutions aren't that big. And so we have to do it together. And I think that's a very clever way. And so we are also an example for the public services in our countries. And I think we're doing it very good.
Yeah, so Eurosai IT working group has created a training course on auditing AI, and this is a valuable resource. But actually, previously already, very capable Supreme Audit institutions, Norway, Germany, Brazil, UK, and Finland developed the tool auditing AI systems that brings together like the best knowledge probably there is on auditing, and they also propose a framework to audit these systems throughout the life cycle, every aspect of them. So I think this is already something that we can utilize and not reinvent the wheel. But of course, this should be updated, and as more Supreme Audit institutions are using the tool, the framework, the suggestions come in, and it's supplemented. So yeah, use that.
I want to share with you that, yes, indeed, we look very carefully in our office how to finalize the way that we are asking the AI tools. What should be, because as much as your question is detailed, and I probably will get a better answer, and sometimes it will even avoid a wrong answer, which we just spoke previously. So yes, we have to study from each other what are the relevant components of the questions that we are asking, what control processes we are taking into consideration when we are using AI tools, once again, because this is our assets, our credibility. If we lose that, we can go, all of us, home, because there are many journalists, there are many other people that are criticizing, or many citizens that are criticizing government and agencies, etc. And this is our asset, so we should be very careful about it. But yes, we developed in our office, and we are sharing it also through the IT working group with other Eurosai members, the right way to the detailed way, the right way to ask the question in a way, the issue of prompt engineering, I believe will be the difference between state audit offices that will use it in a good way and other that will lag behind. And also it relates to other auditors, but yes, this would be very important, the issue to know how to ask the questions.
Áno, myslím si, že ten prompt...
Yes, I think that the prompt engineering and the effort to educate people indeed how to make questions, how to audit or evaluate the systems. Yes, it is. The problem which I see here is the time. This fast development of the AI tools can be so dynamic that the thing that we want to prepare for the things can be obsolete after 2-3 years, and we will have to cope with this even in the environment where we go to the auditees, to the state authorities. So the international audit coordinated by the Israeli Supreme Audit Institution. Please tell us more what could have been done differently during that first audit on strategy, governmental programs in the field of AI. And I think that we all can say how to grasp the next audit on a wider field, so not only in different countries, but as it was done during that first audit internationally. So, Mr. President from Israel, so how could have we done it now?
The initiative for having this parallel audit came from our office, but we received a very positive feedback from all members of Euroside that both participated, but also that were exposed to the findings. And in this parallel audit, we tried to identify, and this was very crucial, the relevant audit questions that would relate to all participants in this parallel audit. And this was the first parallel audit, and I believe it will be followed up by other parallel audits. The first one was about eventually the preparedness of the public sector to AI. But now I believe we should move on to the usage of AI by public sector, but also to other barriers that we can identify, that we can all together audit and study and eventually make parallel audit about those areas. And it will have a major contribution to our both public sectors, but also to our citizens if we are focusing, and by focusing and by studying from each other on the European level, we can define the barriers, we can find what are the issues that we have to promote in order by our government, by our countries, in order to promote AI environment that is relevant for the society. I would mention one example, for example, that we have spoken, the issue of the budget. The budget is always lacking in government. And for example, one of the areas that we looked in our own report was about, we have an innovation authority that encourage startups to invest in new areas. And we looked how much funds are allocated to AI, for example, to see how you develop new startup, how you give the small businesses sometimes the first money in order to make them moving ahead and to be innovative and to support them. So in a way, just by raising the question about to our innovation authority within our country, how much money is allocated to AI startup, I think this was by raising the question, we already supported this kind of startup. They lack it, and this can be sometimes a game changer to the whole society and to the whole economy of the country. So yes, by looking into it more and more as state auditors, I believe we will assist a lot our countries in developing new heights in the economy and for the betterness of our society, of course.
Tak na vysvětlení, my jsme se
We did not participate to this parallel audit so that I do not want to sound now that, okay, now I am that one clever, even if we did not participate. But what I would recommend now is taking into account the previous presentations here, introducing this must be done with reshaping of the processes. So it should not be the digitization of the Skansen or the protected area, which we have, so to say, protected area, but if to focus on something when doing our peer review, well, I think indeed we go this way, and I must confess that we do not do it this way in our Supreme Audit institution, because there are many work groups dealing or analyzing how to reshape the processes or what are the limitations, how we can achieve some new standards. So this is the task awaiting us. And we see it in business companies or private companies, that a company which, as you can see in the offer, that order it till midnight and you will find it in next day in your mailbox. So undoubtedly they had to reshape their internal processes, otherwise they would not find that package in the storage or warehouse. Or let's have an example of banking. So over 1 year, and you don't need to have to a branch, stone to branch of a bank. And it works, your banking, your accounts and bank works. So compare it, the public or authorities vis-a-vis the private business companies. So big differences, and introduction of the technologies should be this opportunity how to move forward. But of course that the country or the state will have the limitations, and I will just immediately continue that you had it in your presentation, that the evaluation of data 117 faster than the conducting the same by the auditor. So let's provoke now, 117 times faster. Will it have an impact on higher number of the future audits or the reduction of auditors? Because 117 times was for me slightly alarming. Of course, we do not know the extent of the audit, but that number was impressive in that presentation. We know here in Slovakia and Czechia, we know that film character Jara Zimmerman or Chuck Norris in other settings, well, making the processes more efficient and destroying or taking rid of those burdens. I am not like the leader of introducing AI and the AI will do everything and there will be only one person controlling AI. No, I do not think that the audit of a Supreme Audit Office should look like this. So Ivar, you know all Supreme Audit institutions, and you know he is a person knowing not only the managers, but also the auditors conducting audits. What, Alvar, you tell what for the future of introducing or deploying AI is a key factor so that AI will become the helper to an auditor which will bring relevant and fair truth and valid truth, because that will be here, that will be discussed. So not only technical tools, but competence, equipment, or a profile of future auditor should look like in the future, because as you know all audit Supreme Audit institutions, because you meet people from and all EuroSci institutions members, and you know the auditors, the support from the management for deployment of AI is a key factor, but you know the people. So what are their perception of this?
Good question. I don't know everybody. I know some people and most active ones in IT working group. I just wanted first maybe to refer to one very influential survey paper issued by Anthropic this year. It was labor market impacts of AI. And this report, in this report, legal services and office work are the fields that are most affected in the future of AI, where probably some jobs are going to disappear in the long run. But of course, when looking at auditors. Well, also it was very interesting point of view that was previously in this previous panel, comparing private sector and public sector, how AI affects the employees, and how maybe private sector is narrowing down the employees to stay ahead, and then public sector is not maybe letting people move. But of course, Supreme Audit institutions, we are the guardians of taxpayers' money, and if it's possible with AI tools to somehow make it more effective, or our work more effective, then we definitely should use this opportunity somehow, and maybe not let people go, but just do something extra to provide additional value to the taxpayer, to create more audits, look at more different fields. We see the shoe is stretching in different areas in the government, and we can't reach everywhere. This has been our usual explanation. Hey, our staff is limited, we can't reach everywhere. So AI is doing the work for us in some areas. So come on, reach everywhere, and do not let your people go, but just be influential.
Maybe I will add to it. It's a great potential also to us to enlarge the way that we are enlarge the potential of the audit that we are implementing. And I will give you one example. Usually you would have checked a sample of accounts or some kind of 3% of the relevant materials that you are checking, and out of it you would have found out your findings, etc., etc. Nowadays, it's a great potential to pick up and to check the 100% of the relevant materials that you are checking. It's available. You can do it. If you want to avoid the fraud, you can check, for example, the IP address of all the suppliers of the government, and if it matches the workers of you can make wonderful things, and eventually to enlarge your impact as an auditor by using AI tools. So yes, we can do much more, maybe even much more quicker, much more, and to be more relevant as safeguard to the public funds.
Helmut?
Yeah, so I see it the same way. I totally agree. I think now we have the possibility to bring our audit reports to a higher level, because we have the tools, and I see artificial intelligence as tool. It's not a human, it's a tool that we can use. And so maybe we have, with the help of artificial intelligence, more time, for example, for selling our audit reports. In former presentations, we saw how much time and we need for making our audit reports. It takes a lot of time, but maybe we are now a bit quicker and we have a little bit of more time to sell our product much better than we do it right now.
Veľká vďaka za...
A big thank you for your answers. And also that we are not only going to, we didn't only talk about how many people are going to lose their jobs, etc., that this is not going to be the only impact of using or implementing AI. That yes, what you said, that we can expand or enlarge the sample which we are going to examine and which we are going to audit. And like Helmut said, we can shorten the time for preparation of our audit report, and giving a higher performance, we can bring more, we can do more audits, and we can do more for evaluating the effectiveness. And of course, we have to use it and build capacities, not only the technical ones, but also the human potential. I think we have given the good name for the future, because if somebody heard that it is going to happen 117 times faster, so the auditors would have an alarm in their heads, what is going to be the consequence. But yes, we are calling for a faster, a broader, more extensive, and also higher quality audit, because I believe that the tools are available. Yes, we are just running out of the time allocated for our panel discussion. I tried to be sharp on keeping the time because we had some time delay. We did not prepare this together, but I have a quotation of Karel Čapek. If you want to give a lie for the people to believe you, do not use an improbable truth. I think this is capturing the principles of AI, that even the truth, if it sounds very weird as a paradox, it can sound very credibly. And the one which is well thought through, and with this artificial intelligence, can be very convincing. And Karel Čapek said this many, many years ago. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for this final section, final panel. I would like to thank Ms. Ivancho for moderating it, leading us to the final part. Thank you to all the members of the panel, Mr. Engelmann, Mr. Kalla, Mr. Elgas, and Mr. Steinbichler. And we are facing the final part, and this is going to be representing the summary of all what we have been experiencing in this very rich conference. And I would like to invite our president of the Supreme Audit Office, Mr. Andrassy. And I would just remind you that, yes, sometimes we forget the AI, but now it is present and it is with us all the time. And then we can say whether it sounds to be a positive or negative, but it's fact, it is with us. Like our Enka, whom we invited for the first time to this conference. So maybe we can call her back. Thank you, Vlado, for taking the moderation of this conference. And I will start in a very non-standard manner. It was not recommended by the AI, but I would like to thank very much to all those who came to these representative rooms of Carleton. We have had nearly 100 participants. That is those who consider a discussion about AI very important. And what is even more pleasing that we were able to use the modern tools. And so we are not only in these closed premises, but through internet, through Slovak and English version, nearly 230 active listeners. We had active listeners. And that's why it makes sense to do this kind of events, not only in these closed premises, but also in this open environment. This is how we get more ideas, new ideas, and getting them to a broader spectrum of those who are interested to hear about this. So let me invite our colleague, I would say now. I would like to invite Enka, who, although it is an AI, and maybe I will just correct what Vlada said. We did not call her. She's so intelligent that she reported herself by herself. So she came here, asked for a permission to share the course of this conference. We allowed it to her, and so now I would like to ask her, so what is her summary, and how does she assess this conference based on the presentations she was listening to? So what is your conclusion, Enka? Thank you for the question. My conclusion is that the conference showed that there was a great progress in why and how we are going to implement AI with the real benefits for public administration. The strongest message was that the technology itself is not sufficient. The data, people, credibility, and the ability of the auditor to use, not only use the auditor, but also to use the AI, but also to control it, are important. So thank you for this summary. The auditors work with risks, and the AI does not like negative attitudes. So let me ask you, where do you see the risk in implementing AI tools? I see it in 3 areas. The first one is the risk that it's going to be used without a clear strategy, but only as a quick fix for the old processes. The second, so it is not used as an algorithm. And the third is the credibility, because without transparency, we could get a quick result, but not a reliable one. We had also distinguished guests at our conference. We had the plenipotentiary of the government and talking about the role of the Supreme Audit Offices in implementing AI. So what is the main message from the plenipotentiary? The most important message was that the SII should not be only the observer, but the active guardian of AI, whether the system works correctly and whether public funding is used efficiently. We also had a president of the European organization, Mr. Engelmann, our distinguished guest. He also presented the view of not only of Israel, but also the view of European auditors on implementing AI. So how would you summarize his presentation? According to my opinion, his presentation emphasized that similar conferences are very important for sharing experiences, for mutual inspiration, and mutual progress in introducing AI. At the same time, he brought an international view, which showed that we can learn a lot from each other on this topic. Enka, thank you very much for your active participation in this conference. Thank you very much on behalf of all our participants for making the summary of the main ideas presented in the individual panels. Thank to all speakers for all the presentation, and thank you participants for your patience, and I look forward to see you again in 1 year. And I'm going to test you again in English. As you did it at the beginning, you welcomed the participants in English. So could you please say goodbye to them in English?
Thank you to all the speakers for their contributions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. And I look forward to seeing you again next year, when we will be able to compare how far we have progressed over the year. Goodbye.
Takže to bola...
So this was not invited, but certainly can see it was even making correction. So this is where we can get inspiration. So thanks, Enka, for being with us at this event. I would like to thank ASECO Central Europe, to the whole team, which was working on making us able to use the most modern tools and means, and also as far as the language use and the ability to do this in time and in the space. So thanks to ASECO, the whole team of my office who was preparing this conference. And before my final words, let me ask you to applaud not only to those who organized and helped organize this conference, but also to all the active participants. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, distinguished guests, I'm very happy that for the second part of our conference, we also have our ombudsman, Mr. Dobrovolsky, and that at this conference of Supreme Audit Institutions, we had 2 ombudsmen. This is not something as a standard, but with this topic of artificial intelligence, it's very important, because if we want to speak about risks related to AI, then that is related to the human rights of every one of us. Thank you. And some of you used quotations, so I would also start with a quotation. I'm not going to use Karel Čapek, because I used to use the RUR when I was speaking at the conference in the Czech Republic 2 years ago, but I would like to quote Emmy Edmondson, who is a pioneer in pursuing safe working environment. And I think her quotation is really relevant for this conference, because she stated, based on her long-term practice, that to find out that I was wrong is even more valuable than to be right, because we are learning by doing this. So this is the key message from this conference for all of us, that when using AI in our daily life and using the tools of AI in the work of public institutions, we should have enough time and to have the understanding that we can make mistakes and that we need to learn how to walk one by one, and the human aspect, what makes the information and which makes the decision making and what can contribute to these decisions. These are the data and the information which also AI can offer to us. So I believe that the courage which also the members of our panelists were talking about, from the Campbell's Institute, from ITAS Associations of Slovakia, we should not be afraid to face new challenges, because today we don't have general rules or general good examples. We need to test it. We need to have vision and strategy and clear set of rules. And maybe the one and simple rule must apply, that the AI as a tool is to help us and not to replace the human capital, and not replacing the decision making or the responsible for our decisions. So that's why the tools and whatever comes out from AI tools, we need to check that, to control it, and we need to understand if we want to control it. So the biggest investment, the biggest challenge for using AI is not related to cyber or other protection is not related to the budget of this or that institution, but it is related to how the society is going to invest in the education of young generation and how the society is able to learn the young people to do critical thinking and how to get feedback and accept that I was wrong. I may have been wrong, because that can push us forward to a higher level, and it can show us which is the wrong way to go and where it doesn't work. So this is the most important thing when we talk about the use of AI. If we are going to work with human potential, and if we, within the Supreme Audit institutions, and not only the president of Eurosci was talking about it, and also the president of the Czech Supreme Audit institution, also the vice president of our Supreme Audit institution, that we have to change our mindset to a new functioning. We cannot support the working of the museum. We need to change. We cannot change the old processes to something new. We first need to change the processes. We need to change the approach to the attitudes, and then we can bring the new tools, IT tools and AI tools. If we would want to do it vice versa, is a road to hell. It's a waste of money, because never and anywhere in the world, not even an AI, have invented a tool which would make a faulty process change only thanks to IT or just thanks to an AI tool. So I think this is the biggest challenge ahead of us. So also we in the Supreme Audit Institution have to think about how to broaden the spectrum of our auditors. So these are no longer just accountants or just those people who understand the budgeting process, or not just the lawyers, but this has to be people who have the analytical thinking and having the view of and having knowledge about the processes which they are controlling, but not only at the ground, but they have to look it from above and look at the solution of the risk. And if we can manage this, I'm sure that we can fulfill the vision that the Supreme Audit institutions would become an engine and an inspiration for other public institutions in using the AI tools. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the summary and the evaluation of that this conference has also showed us that we have partners around us. We have people around us who have something to show us, both the positive and negative examples. But what is most important, and this is what we heard from the plenipotentiary for AI, Mr. Stefanek, that if we support and promote partnership, if we join forces between public, private, and non-profit sector, then the primary issues and deficiencies in whatever new we do, we would be able to overcome it much faster and with a smile on our face. So thank you very much for coming to this conference. Thanks again to my team at the Supreme Audit Institution, who have dedicated a lot of time to preparing this conference, and such distinguished guests like we had the president of Supreme Audit Institution, but also colleagues from the Arab Emirates have dedicated their time to this event. So I do appreciate very much, and thank you very much. We prepared this topic, how to utilize AI and not to be misused by AI. Thank you, and I wish you the nice rest of the day.
Pán predseda, ďakujeme pekne za záver dnešnej konferencie. Ja možno len jeden koment. Keď sme začínali Einsteinom, tak si myslím, že dnes sa bude už táto budova, kartón, historický objekt spájať aj s tým, že tu bola Enka, ale že ste tu boli.
And I think that from now on, this building will be also connected with the situation of having Enka avatar here. And now I would like to invite you for the lunch. Thank you very much for your attention.